Hey, good day, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. And thank you for joining us on this session of Table Talk. Table Talk, for those of you who are coming in for the first time, is conversations about food, but it's not a recipe show. It's not a cooking show. It's about stuff that's related to food, that's adjacent to food, or that intersects with food in some way. And if you think about it enough, that pretty much gives us a really huge canvas of things that we can talk about. We've had conversations in the past about archaeology, anthropology, history, what these things teach us about food. We've talked to storytellers. We have had storytellers telling us stories. We've had an author. We've talked about the concept of authenticity in food. Uh, and there are lots and lots of conversations coming up in the future. My guest today, on the poster there, is Kriti Monga. And Kriti and I have known each other for many years now. Uh, Met through mutual friends, and I fell in immediate love with the work that she would put up on Twitter. Primarily, the first parts that I used to see were the travel journals that she would show us. And then got to know her other art, the restaurants that she'd worked on, the design company that she worked on. And then when I finally did meet her, it was in her studio where she showed me her journals, which we will be seeing later today, which you can see on screen now. So what we'll be talking about today is, well, we're pretty much just going to be talking about everything really, but we'll try and sort of focus it on design, art, and food. But I'm just going to uh, spotlight Kriti right now. So instead of the other Kriti that you see is Kriti's fancy little setup where she has a phone pointing at her diaries, and so show you her stuff and talk to us at the same time. So uh, yeah, someone is asking, is there no sound yet? I hope you can hear now.
That's my mom.
Yeah, ma'am, can you hear us now?
I hope that she has her.
Okay.
I hope everybody else has sound.
Yeah. Will someone just, I mean, I think Chandi does
Confirm.
acknowledged her. Yes. Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So, Kriti, thank you first for coming on Table Talk. And publicly, let me thank you again for that Table Talk logo that we saw and the poster design and the design of the logo and the exhibition of the logo for Simple Recipes as well. Kriti has been a part of that group from the beginning, sharing her own tips and hacks and recipes and being participated. And Simple Recipes is where the idea for this particular web series came about in the first place. So hi, Kriti Monga. How are you?
Hi, Peter. Since we're being formal, I'm the one who should be really grateful. I think it's really an honor to be a panelist or a guest on this show that you're now doing. Yeah, it's really amazing to think about it in that way. So far, I was just thinking that, it's like you virtually visiting my studio again and us getting to hang out since we're not being able to do it in person. So I'm going to continue pretending it's that because it's too intimidating to think about being your guest. That's too much of an honor, I think.
No, it would be intimidating being my guest if I were cooking, because then you would have absolutely no idea what you're going to get to eat. But because despite
And you will ask me what's the best way to clean kadhais afterwards, right? Like how the group was.
yeah, so okay, so let's go back a little bit, and your first adventures in the kitchen, your first introduction to kitchens, the kitchen at home is where everyone has their first memories of food. Tell us a little about the kitchen that you first knew.
um, I have actually been thinking so much during since last year's lockdown about childhood and time in the kitchen, and how I was one of the people who as we discovered on the group that you created, who gravitated towards the kitchen almost automatically as a place of comfort, almost as a source of nourishment, but also in terms of the certainty of it. And so much about it was so nostalgic. Um, like, for example, there was this moment when um, okay, so let me give you background. I grew up with my earliest memories, I think, of the kitchen um, are kind of twofold. One is the family's history of food and interest in food. I come from a Punjabi family, and there's a lot of conversation in the extended family about especially certain foods and how they are uh, and their flavor, this idea of swad, which is so much more than taste, right? And how something was made, and whether a certain um, you know step involved more time or less, and so on and so forth. um, and on the other hand, this image in my mind of my mom bustling in and out of the kitchen. And my mom is a um, teacher as well as a researcher. And my childhood memory of my mom is this sort of superwoman in a sari and short hair, which was very unlike other moms that I knew of in school. There was this image of other moms who would be at home and have their lunch prepared for the kids, etc. At least in my mind, from what I knew. But my mom would be at work, and on weekends I would spend time at her department where she was doing her research, and she brought the same efficiency to the kitchen. She seemed to bring that attention yet efficiency to the kitchen. And I do remember moments. So I grew up in my earliest childhood not very interested in food. To me, it was a distraction. I wanted to spend all of my time either reading or drawing, and both of them were levels of addiction. I wanted to, draw. Even I wanted to save all time possible, to be spent eating. And I was one of those kids, you could give me a glass of milk instead of dinner and I'd be totally happy because it was done in 5 minutes, as compared to the act of chewing that I found too tedious. So a lot of my childhood memories and in the household are about how my mom would be sort of running around, doing different things, and then keep coming to pat me on the cheek to remind me to chew, because I would find every possible excuse to not eat much. But I also do remember, and this is what I was remembering during lockdown last year, the efficiency with which my mom made um, basic but really good home food. And I was remembering the way that she made really good chapatis, and how doing that every day, um, I suddenly started to realize that I wasn't so used to it, even though I knew it. And, so there was this day when I called her up and I said, Ma, how did you do that? I mean, you did so much stuff. And I remember complaining as a kid, that you weren't one of those moms who was home when we came back from school making us hot food or whatever. But you made us great food. And I think my mom was a bit taken aback. I think she's more used to me complaining than, actually saying you were great at it. um, so that's a very strong memory. And then the other part of it is, when I was 12 years old, the family met with this big accident, and my mom became paraplegic, and we moved houses. And it was my dad, me, mom, and my brother, the four of us. And my father had this sort of very, it was a difficult few years. And my father had this very sort of strong conviction about the family coming together and adversity as an adventure, as the family's been. And, so he would sort of have his job in the daytime. He would do my mom's nursing in the evenings. He and I would collaborate in the kitchen, and it was suddenly overnight that the entire kitchen needed to be taken care of. Before that, I was only allowed to do salads or, basic sort of help ma around sort of things. But I didn't really engage with food in its entirety before that, in terms of cooking it. It was only chai or salads really. But then suddenly there was this sort of figuring out. And the bits and pieces that I remember of it is, in the afternoons, my brother would be relaying messages from my mom, who was on the bed at that time, to the kitchen. And step by step, sort of, saying, put the kadhai on. Once it's hot, put this on. Is it brown yet? If it's brown, put that. That sort of thing. And then this sort of pressure of presentation, I sort of would feel like, have I done it correctly? And I would bring something to my mom, and she always seemed to know exactly what I had done differently from her instructions. And I would find that so mystifying as a child. Like, how did you know I didn't completely roast the jeera? So it was this sort of source of curiosity, but also, I think in those years I had a sort of a poignant but love and hate sort of relationship with food. I mean, on one hand, I love my dad's most imperfect rotis. It symbolized, us embarking on this sort of weird adventure. Him making that effort. The mornings he would wake up to make tiffin for me, because otherwise I would be too lazy to make it for myself. Um, and this whole adventure of trying to understand or trying to guess what my mom was telling me to make in the kitchen, but also this sort of internal pressure of, have I done it correctly now? Is this, because I don't think that I could taste so much of the difference or the nuances at that time. But the fact that she could, made me really curious, in this weird sort of a way. And then when I left for NID in Ahmedabad, which is where I studied, um, I think I mostly, of course, living in the hostel, living in a different city, exploring a completely different state and its food, and that relationship with food as, I think I found a newfound sort of interest and excitement, and hunger, like all teenagers, for different kinds of food. And but at the same time, I pretty much avoided cooking. Like my batchmates would have different, there were certain days when they would sort of try to set up this whole experiment in their rooms with the, try to make dal in this very sort of, I don't know, on the hot plate and stuff like that. And I would just sort of, I would look at it and be like, what's wrong with you? What you're trying to do? Like, I really wanted to avoid it entirely. I felt like, uh, I didn't really want to go there. But I did start to really develop taste. I started to get so curious about the Gujarati food that I was tasting. There was a family that I became friends with. They became sort of like my proxy local guardians almost. And I would go on weekends to teach their son, to give him tuitions for his NID entrance in a few years. I think he was in class 9 or 10 at that time. And in exchange, I would get this fantastic Gujarati home lunch. And it felt like the greatest treat, to sort of experience that. Experience the household cooking, enjoying food together. And then there was this Tibetan market that would happen, in the winters on the banks of the Sabarmati. There was, all of the, there were so many sort of food influences and memories from that time. And then visits to batchmates' homes, the sort of introduction to, even though I'd gone to Army Public School, which had, people from all over the country, but I hadn't really experienced that much diversity of, home food and memories and experiences. So homes in Rajasthan, homes in, Bengali households and their food, what they did in the kitchen. And maybe it was the fact that I had spent time in the kitchen that I had an ear out. I would sort of pay attention to how you're making that chutney, or, how are you learning that nuance, and, things like that. And I think, during that time, I knew very strongly that there is such a great difference between what you're reading in a recipe book, which really sounded to me like a formula, at that time, that I struggled with. You know, it's a weird parallel, but I grew up, spending weekends at mom's department and sort of recreating experiments I was reading, science experiments that I was studying in school. And I knew, I had sort of applied something that I was reading. And so I knew that there's a difference, between what you read in a formulaic sort of a way and when you actually, do it. And to me, recipes felt like that. I struggled with them. But since I'd had this experience of my mom trying to describe things almost as if she was standing next to me in the kitchen, I think I had an ear out for those nuances in other people's homes, of an aunt, of a mother, of an older sister, of somebody sort of, spilling that little, what almost sounded like secret sauce, which is very hard to translate. Just these sort of little things, and there's such an intimacy to it, and which is, I think, something that you and I were talking about last year on on the group on Facebook as well. That it managed to actually recreate that idea of that intimacy of people sharing a nuance almost like a secret. If you roll it out like this, it'll be like that, or you know look out for the brown spots and then turn it over, or those kind of little things that are so hard to translate in another way.
It's about the
um
passing on of culture, of passing the baton, passing the nuances, secrets, whatever. I remember we were talking about this also in another context of why it was that when men started to make locker room jokes in the group, and a bunch of women pounced on them. And I was like, I remember having this conversation with you, and we were exchanging messages, and I was like, this is just men being men, I mean, men are dicks sometimes. Uh, and that kind of stuff. And you said, in the course of the discussion, you said this, that the kitchen in that sense has been for women a space that is apart. And this is a result of the fact that we live in a very patriarchal kind of world where there are very few, I mean, women, even when they're in the workplace, in other workplaces outside the home, are still expected to also handle the domestic chores. Whereas, women will be expected to do this. Men will get like massive brownie points if he so much as makes a cup of tea. Yeah, and
yes.
you said that for women this infringement of men there is becomes it is in a sense the locker room equivalent. Okay.
Yeah, it's almost it's almost a sacred space in the sense of that sense of intimacy, that sense of yeah, you said it right, like a safe space where you're allowed to gossip, you're allowed to um, say certain things, but more than the overtness of it, I think it's about emotion and tactility, and the way that women really connect with each other as compared to conversation. Like my mom and me, for example, I don't know if we had a lot of conversation in the kitchen, but this idea of sharing, of passing on something, of passing forward something, of sharing the love for something, um, is so interesting. And it's, I mean, I really find that really interesting, that for me it was intimidating as well as exciting, creatively exciting, but also intimidating for a long time. And I think I kind of rediscovered my love for and my enthusiasm for the kitchen when I started to travel, and when I started to backpack particularly. And interestingly, one of my favorite things to do is to randomly walk into the local farmers markets, and pick up ingredients, particularly things that I can't recognize at all or don't know names of. um, and I mean, maybe this comes from NID, wherever it comes from, but this sense of discovery, and then go back home to wherever I am, and in the in the earlier days, it would be couch surfing. I would be couch surfing in different people's homes, and so I would have access to a kitchen. And then when Airbnb came along, it's Airbnb, or even hostel kitchens for that matter. And I would, come back and try to search or try to ask different people what certain ingredients are, play with them, try to recreate things that people in those countries are cooking, try to sort of almost embody their way of, eating, um, as a means to, sort of step into that space or that place or culture. Um, And in any case, when you're backpacking, the most exciting thing to me is the fact that your attention is so focused on what you're going to eat next and where you're going to sleep next. It's sort of down to basics. It's really down to, you're on your feet. And um, and I love that. I love the discovery of it. You don't really plan things. You tend to just sort of pick up things as you go along. And yeah, so I kind of rediscovered, or I observed myself, on my travels, and sort of suddenly took a step back and said, hey, this is something that that is quite essential and quite interesting to me. I also realized that to me, it's not so much about the fancy food. It's so much more about the everyday essentials, and the basic flavors, and the nuances of how many things you can do with the same ingredient, things like that. I think that really makes the creative juices flow. um, so yeah, it's and then that sort of attention to food spaces, um, the way that food gatherings, a picnic sometimes, a spontaneous picnic with some people that you've just met, or a nice dinner that somebody's invited you to, that sense of serendipity. I think it just suddenly becomes so much greater. It becomes like a sense of celebration almost. You know, and yeah, to me, drawing is a way to sort of make that, stretch that memory, stretch that moment, bring it back in some way.
When you were talking about little Kriti who was like, had to be reminded to chew. And just thought of myself as well, because the whole thing there was time at the table was away from books and other stuff. Reading was the big thing. I did draw, but I was nowhere near as involved in that as you were. It was one of the things that I did. And I still remember that my getting the lectures about how many times you should be chewing each mouthful. And then it sort of backfired on my folks because they encouraged me to look up things. I was that kid who sat and read dictionaries for fun. But at some point, I read something somewhere about really, if you don't chew it all, it's okay because your digestive juices are going to take care of it anyway. Your stomach acid is so strong that it's cool. Yes, you should chew and break down stuff so that you don't choke on it, but you don't need to chew it this huge number of times. And I would show them this stuff, and they were like, we should not have taught this boy to read. But
Yeah, this is so much like my mom. I would find it so annoying that for everything she'd say, I don't know, find out. And it was the most annoying thing, because I'd be like, just give me the
no,
answer.
no, like, can't you just make this easy?
Yeah. Yeah.
We had this 3-volume set of the Reader's Digest encyclopedia, which was like two of dictionary and one of encyclopedia. And I would open the encyclopedia and like just read the entire section on, say, Greek mythology, and then start asking questions about that. And they would send me off to look up something else and whatnot. And yeah, but everything was like, yeah, look it up. There are the books there. The
Yeah.
books were never ever grudged to me. They were never
Absolutely,
like,
absolutely. And the encyclopedias were the best present. Like, the tell me whys and stuff like that would just make my life. Um, yeah, totally. And I mean, I would read, I'm sure you were like that as well. I would read everything I could get my hands on. I would read comics. I would read my dad's books from his trunks. I would read my mom's books. I would read anything at all.
instruction.
Yeah, bags of shampoo bottles.
I
Yeah.
mean, when aunts and all that would visit and would have things like, if you remember, digital watches and that kind of stuff that were once a big deal. And they would just give me the instructions and I would sit and set their watches for them because they
Yeah.
figure it out. Because, yeah, that was something to read. But yeah, so when did this young Kriti first discover art, and how did that part of the journey start?
So that was the other thing. Like I said, like reading and drawing were two obsessions. I don't think that there was a beginning point, at least in my own memory, for either. I think I remember both as forever and ever. Um, But yeah, so the other ideal present to get me forever was paper and crayons. And I remember asking relatives to get me paper when they would ask me what color of socks I wanted or t-shirts or whatever, and I'd say get me paper. And it was almost like, and I would say paper almost like, I don't get paper at home or something. It would really be, it wouldn't be get me that nice sketchbook. It was always just get paper, because I would get through paper really fast. And I remember childhood visits to, I think, what was it? Like one of those mums, I think, department stores or something like that. Like you would get these newsprint notebooks and things like that. I also remember that I needed to write to learn. My brother needed to recite to memorize something, and I needed to write to memorize something. So I would have those newsprint notebooks, and I would, to make the most of them, I would write in pencil first, then turn the whole thing around and then write in pen, just because I needed to memorize something. So it wasn't really in order to sort of make a beautiful drawing. But with drawing, I think my earliest memory is, um, of it being a thing. Um, was in class 1. I was sent to the headmistress to show a certain drawing that I had made, and she put 3 stars on it. And these gold stars, and I think she gave me toffees or something like that. And I remember that being sort of like this aha moment, like, oh, like this is a thing that I do that's special about me in some way. Um, it was also an annoyance in school, honestly, too, because I had to keep making charts. I was the kid who made all the timetables, and um, you know and almost on a weekly basis or something like that. So I became very good at drawing straight lines freehand, for example, or drawing large lettering for that matter. And I never thought of this till lettering became one of the things that I do. And I kind of discovered that at NID in a new form.
Do
But
they do their biology journals to make the
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, favorite bits, biology drawings, and anatomy drawings, like perfectly shaded, painstakingly shaded ones. It's really, I mean, you could see where my real attention was, because I did enjoy handwriting, being very particular about nice handwriting, but the drawings was where it was at. And the numbers was totally not where it was at. The maths notebook was very ignored. But And the backs of all notebooks had drawings on them. Um, and Yeah, almost every surface. I can't. I do have memories of this curiosity about drawing certain things of anatomy, or how to draw a foot perfectly or a hand perfectly, or how do you draw that particular kind of shoe that someone's wearing. That sort of wanting to um, emulate something. And this very strong memory of this person in my mom's department called, I just remember him as artist uncle. There was this, I think he was the department illustrator. He would make all the scientific drawings, and there was this corridor. On one side of that corridor was, on there was the labs on one side. There was the department garden on the other side, and at the end of that corridor on the left hand side was artist uncle's little room. And in my mind, that's Disneyland. In my little mind, that's a huge room. I know it was a very small room, but in my mind, it's a huge room with this huge table. It was probably one of those standard sort of slanting, artist tables that people have. And behind him are these mugs of, rotring pens and things that were completely like, absolute Disneyland for me at that time. And I wanted to spend all my time hanging around with artist uncle and asking him questions about how to draw this. Or I think, if I'm not wrong, he showed me how to draw a horse, like the typical sort of draw a kidney bean and then draw this shape and then connect them up and it becomes a horse. And I found that so fascinating. And I think that a lot of my recreation of my workspaces, my studio spaces, comes from that fascination for artist uncle's room, and wanting that for myself. um so yeah, mama saying horse is true. So one was, one big influence of wanting to recreate spaces or having these big dreams was artist uncle's room, and the other one was this kid in my neighborhood who had this huge collection of comics and books that he would lend out to the neighborhood for, I think, 50 paise and 1 rupee a week. And when he would open his cabinet, I would drool, like I wanted that. And so I think that, this hoarding of books, I think, comes from that. This sort of idea of one day I will be able to um, you know afford and collect the number of books I want. So yeah, I think when I started to earn, it was a monthly ritual of collecting books and stationery. And I've done that. It's a habit that I've carried on ever since. Like that's the reason that I work, so that I can indulge my hoarding addiction of these things.
I was thinking about the bit you talked about being sent to the headmistress's office with your drawing and getting stars. And I was thinking that so much of what's wrong with the way that we are exposed to art in schools is a lot of schools just all kids will draw and scroll and make things, and you know uh, we're very sort of impressionist as children, and then we're taught to draw things in certain ways and color within the lines and things like that. And I remember in school, when in secondary school, uh, I'd always been encouraged to draw and make things with my hands, and I started doing little sculptures and all that then and whatnot. And the teacher that we had in school was also a physical education teacher. He taught thing, and he had been to JJ School of Art, and he was a sadistic bastard. He would, no, really, I mean, he would hit you with the edge of the ruler on your knuckles.
Oh no.
Okay, there was another guy who
And
would,
he was your art teacher?
yeah, he would throw dusters across the room, like wooden dusters, old style wooden
Oh
dusters.
no, that's terrible.
So people were terrified of him. If you drew his style, and he was advanced, obviously, he'd been to art school and all that, and he had a certain style about him. And if you went towards his style, you got praised a lot. And if you didn't, and it wasn't even systematic, it wasn't. I learned a lot more about art because every time we'd visit my grandparents' place, one of my aunts had taken correspondence courses in art, for books that came in from abroad, and she'd sit and draw those. And my grandparents gave me those workbooks. And so I learned
Hmm.
about proportion, how to make the shapes that make a human being, that a average human
And
being.
where did sculpture start for you? Because you do those wonderful chalk things, and I've always been curious how you started at that, that sort of miniature scale.
So, so one thing was, okay, in school, all of us were crazy about comics, right? Phantom comics
Yeah.
and the ring, where he leaves the skull mark on you.
Yes.
Now, all the leftover bits of chalk and all that, what we would do was carve those little skull shapes into them, dip them into ink, and whack each other with them,
Yeah.
right? So from there, I started like, okay, why are we making just an outline, that simple outline of a skull? So I started making little three-dimensional chalk skulls.
Hmm.
All right. And then my mother's aunt, who we lived with for a little while, had this little item in what was in those days was called a showcase that all middle class families had in their living rooms, which had little curios and stuff. And there was this
Yeah.
piece which was carol singers, three little carol singers. One of them was a frog, and they were like, like the typical fairy tale kind of things of goblinish and pointy hats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I was told that was made of chalk, and I looked at it and this thing, and so I decided to try and replicate them, and I made them better than that one. So I
Nice.
started playing with that a lot more, and then in this was towards the end of school, and then in college, I was perpetually broke. In a college where there were a bunch of kids far more affluent than I was, and when it came to presents and things like that, I never had money for presents. One was a priest in college, a gentleman called Father Terence Quadros, who taught us a lot of things about creativity, making your own cards and posters and things like that. So I would make cards. And the other was, I discovered these little things would be lovely gifts. I would make someone's name in three-dimensional letters, or make a little
Hmm.
picture in chalk, because I couldn't afford to buy presents for anyone, and they seemed to value this kind of stuff. So I would give them away. But yeah, enough about me. I'm supposed to be drawing you out. But the thing about the way we teach art, I said with my dad was encouraging my parents were encouraging me like, you want to go to art school? But having encountered that asshole in school, I was like, okay, what do you go to art school for? You want to become an artist?
Hmm.
I don't want to become like this, right?
Hmm.
I mean, it wasn't articulated in so many words in my head, but I was like, if you go to art school, you become an artist, was all I knew because there was no career guidance either. It was only later that I figured out that if you went to art school, there were a bunch of other things you could do. You could
Yeah.
be into commercial design, it could be a foundation for photography. When I went into advertising, I realized that all my art director and colleagues were all from art school. And I would
Yeah.
join my rudimentary layouts and stuff like that. And they would say that's good, but they would do it so much faster. I mean, I have a
Hmm.
okay, like my sense, I can do a self-defense layout. Nothing is wrong with it. But
I think you're an artist, but I'm so sorry. I'm so deeply sorry for your experience with that person, whoever. Because I mean, this is also something that I talk about at the beginning of most of the classes that I teach. Particularly when it's a lettering workshop or an illustration class, etc. I'll sort of enter the class and say, how many of you are afraid of drawing? And even if it's a design school, almost everybody in the class will pick up will raise their hand. um, because I don't know, somehow people are just really afraid of what they will put on paper. I think that sort of instinct is beaten out of us as we grow. And so I usually do this thought experiment to start the class, which is, and I would encourage whoever's here on this webinar right now to try it. That for a moment, visualize. If you can remember that moment, that would be great. But if you can't exactly remember a moment, just visualize yourself as a child, maybe your earliest memory or one of your earliest memories of having a crayon in your hand. And if you can just take 10 seconds right now to be in those shoes, be that child who has a crayon in your hand. You're looking at the crayon in your hand, and if I'm not wrong, you're pretty much looking around for a surface to make a mark on, and any surface. And you're feeling a lot of different things. You're feeling, if I'm not wrong, excitement. You're feeling a thrill. You're wondering what the mark will look like, what color it will be. You have a lot of different feelings going on. You have this sense of discovery. The world is your oyster. It's really interesting. Um, But fear is not one of those feelings, right? There is no fear there at all. And if I were to be in the room right now with you as a child, holding that crayon, and you're furiously making your mark somewhere on that surface, if I'm to ask you if you're an artist, you will not bat an eyelid and say, yes, you are, right? You will say, yes, I'm an artist. If you pick up a violin as a child and I ask you if you're a musician, you will say you're a musician. If you're writing something, you will say you're a writer. Children have this assuredness. It's not stupidity. It's not even overconfidence. I think they are absolutely accurate in understanding what it takes to, for example, be an artist. It just takes making art. It just takes expression. It just takes, this is how I see something, this is how I will draw it. This is a horse, deal with it. This is my horse. um and I just feel like growing up beats that instinct out of us. That sense of, I think the closest word to it is play, perhaps. That sense of intuition, that sense of being free. um and that instinct of creation. And the interesting thing is that we must, as creative practitioners, find our way back to that. I'm not an expert in brain physiology, but I sort of understand that um, there's a completely different part of the brain that is dedicated to logical and rational thinking and learning and assimilating information. And there's a completely different part that has creation and intuition and instinct in it. And if I'm not wrong, playfulness is what is very close to it. So actually, our only hope of being creative practitioners is to constantly be in a state of play, in a state of enrapture and play. And it's I think it's scientifically proven as well that when you are in a state of joy and enrapture is actually when you learn most. Which actually flies so much in the face of education right now, because nobody learns anything by being beaten on the knuckles about it. On the other hand, like we would do in the studio, we'd sort of open the doors pretty much and say, go out into the park for a while. You need to do that, because those are the times when you're actually connecting the dots and assimilating what you've learned, and also that moment of almost that aha moment happens in those times. um, and it's really true. I mean, in all of my experience, there's so much conversation about creative block and trying to spend more time at the desk to solve it, but actually that's not it. I mean, when you really think about when the greatest aha moments have happened that we've learned about, they've happened when the person was not at the desk. Archimedes was in the tub having a bath. Newton was sitting under a tree apparently. Somebody was taking a walk. The benzene, I think, was the molecular structure was discovered in a dream. So I mean, there's all of the greatest discoveries and moments of intuition happen when you're not at the desk, when you're not trying to use your thinking caps. And so that state of play, that state of belief that uh, there is no wrong, that everything is allowed right now, is so critical to any sort of I mean, whether you're a professional, in creative field or not. I think that state of play is so essential to actual insight or to actual breakthroughs.
Just play, but also when you're creating, when you're involved, and the immersion that you have in what you're doing, and where you lose track of time. I remember uh, friends talking about meditation, and I was like, I don't get all this stuff. And our mutual friend, the one who introduced us, when I was talking about this, what happens when I carve, Nilanjana, was telling me that no, really, what you're doing is meditation. Because I would like
Yes.
be working on a tiny sculpture, and it's totally in mind is going in many different directions, but also focused. And it's very difficult to explain that you're focused but not focused. And
Exactly.
you know, I mean, some of the things there is a bit of Pavlovian conditioning. I remember, but there's a particular pattern that I was trying to reproduce, and my mind was occupied with a particular problem at that point of not understanding the way someone I liked, someone I worked with was behaving in a very different kind of way, and I was troubled about that. And I was trying to process why this person had started behaving very differently towards me. And every time I go back to that pattern, those thoughts come back, and it's somehow
Yeah.
stuck in my head. I can't do that pattern anymore without going back to that. But I'm also keeping an eye on the time and being mindful of the fact that people are not here only to listen to both of us chat away. And if we just sort of
Which we can do forever.
can have done forever at various points. But I want to bring this into one aspect of your artistic practice, your design practice, because there's so much to it, of course. But particularly when it comes to restaurants, identities, the identity of a restaurant is not just the way its logo looks, but or from the outside, you would think about brand identity as being their stationery, their menu cards, that kind of thing. But there's so much more to it, as you have shown in your work, where the entire conceptualizing of that place is something that designer is very much a part of. There's obviously many minds that go into creating that food experience, including the creating of the food, etc. So touching on your own experience as a creator of food, and how that influenced your design, and then your design part of you, if you could just sort of spend some time talking about keeping these little things in mind vaguely somewhere at the back of your mind. What goes into identity for a restaurant?
Yeah, it's certainly my travels have really influenced the way that I think about food spaces. Um, and there's always this question of how important is the logo anyway. If you go to Italy, for example, most chefs will say it counts for nothing. It really is the food that speaks for itself. Um, and so that there, I've sort of at some point started to develop a lot of this curiosity of the interaction of cities and their food spaces and the people. In any case, I have this fascination with cities, almost like forests. Like I would look at it as this living breathing thing, and so many people bring so many so much change, constant change and churning to it. And food spaces are very interesting theater where all of this comes together. There are people, there is food, there's the practicality of eating, there's a sense of community of people gathering with their friends or family or whoever, or that first date, or whatever's going on there. um, there is the aspect of the chefs, of people who are cooking and presenting something, and sometimes the emphasis on courses, again almost as a theater of what will follow another and trigger what sort of an experience. um, and it's obviously it's impossible to sort of put all of this stuff into a nutshell, but there's so much curiosity that I've had about it. um, I started working on restaurants. While studying design, there are certain aspects or certain applications of graphic design that you always, fantasize about working on someday. For me, it was definitely books. It was definitely a lot of food and beverage products, especially drinks. They always have these fascinating labels, etc. And the idea of the restaurant, whatever it meant when I was at NID. I think it was a good 8 years after. In fact, I mean, since I had been practicing, when I started really working on restaurants on my own, I think that the first significant experience was working with Olive Beach in Bangalore. And I was on a monthly contract with them and doing a whole lot of materials. But the first really significant experience that opened up my head was this fantastic place called Smokehouse Room that Riaz Amlani started in Delhi. The entire process of conceptualizing that place was an adventure. There was no clear brief, and I remember having heated debates with a lot of my design community friends about what sort of a brief is this, and like there's no clear process or things like that, because it was really Riaz Ayaz Basrai, who was working on the interiors, Gresham Fernandez, who was a young, enthusiastic, excited chef at that time, who's quite a rock star now, and me. And, the, I mean, there were others, of course, but I remember the four of us really sort of going there and treating it like an empty canvas and the space, and with no very clear boundaries between our tasks. There were of course specialities and everybody was good at their job, but there was so much cross, what you could call cross pollination of ideas. I mean, one day we were all selecting glassware, one day we would all be looking at typefaces, and just sort of allowing ourselves the space for play. It was really a playground for the longest time, that space. So Smokehouse Room was conceptualized as a molecular gastronomy European restaurant, and it was very ahead of its time. Um, it was, yeah, there was so much about it. But so the process of that place coming together really opened up my head about um, I started to disregard my own perceived boundaries about what a graphic designer is supposed to do in a restaurant. And I started to really think so much more about um, almost in a story sort of a way, sort of saying, what can this space um, help you experience, or what can it bring out that is much more than just about the food. That's an aspect of restaurants that I hadn't thought about before Smokehouse Room. And then there were others that followed. And I would I'd share my screen and show you some images while I'm talking through these. But there was Smokehouse Delhi, which is like a sketchbook that you walked into, and it tells the stories almost like a museum of that neighborhood. There was this space called the Hungry Monkey that was very evocative, that had this idea of curiosity and adventure that we built into it. And so, I mean, it really, the treatment of every space really started from a story or an idea, um, and then thinking about how to express that idea in different tactile ways made different things happen. Like at the Hungry Monkey, we cast this large type and embedded that into the concrete table, and so you could touch it and do things. At Smokehouse Delhi, of course, we hand drew illustrations on all of the walls with black permanent markers. So it the process was never about um, you know sort of the craft of things first. It wasn't about I feel like drawing something and so let's do it. It was always about, what do we want people to feel, what is worth spending your time in, how can it become more interesting. Like at the Hungry Monkey, the ideas that we started with then became the ideas that the chefs, the bartenders took forward in their own ways. Then they would think about how to incorporate those ideas in the way that they were plating something, or that they were putting together the menu, the drinks menu, or so there was this sort of um, collaboration of ideas. The uniform designers would think about how the uniforms could take the same idea forward. And so the restaurant becomes so much more than a functional food place. It becomes, like I said, almost like a theater of or a space where you want to spend time. um, and for example, at Smokehouse Delhi, we were very conscious of the fact that if that's not your thing, if all you want to do is just get in, grab your lunch and get out, that's fine too. It's not going to be intimidating. It's going to allow you your space, and I find that sense sort of really interesting. Like, I think it was at Smokehouse Room that I first started to understand, being sort of a part of the launch of the first few restaurants and starting to observe how trainings happen, how different people come together, realizing how the serving staff need to have that special talent of not being visible when you don't need them, but absolutely being present when the moment you need something. So I felt that the illustrations or the design of a space needed to perform the same magic act, sort of be there when there was something to be experienced, but also allow you to have your own space and not interfere and not become a circus. um, and so, yeah, that's how I think about food spaces. It's um, how can we enhance that magic, or how can we enhance that sense of flavor, nostalgia, um, theater of process, of community, uh, you know in thinking about the spaces in a certain way.
When you're talking about at the beginning, when you started this out, you said about the chefs who would say that the logo, the identity is really not important. It's about the food. But everything, I mean, you look, visit that dhaba that you swear by, the roadside place, or the little hole in the wall somewhere that conspicuously doesn't have a logo. Its identity is related to everything that is in that place. That set of memories, associations, and all of those things come together and they create an identity that may not be intended, but is very much a part of that experience in your head in any case. And
Absolutely.
with the hand cart at the side of the road or whatever it is. And I know when people, so that's why perhaps it can be amusing sometimes when someone's trying to create the ambiance of of a little hole in the wall chai thela somewhere in, and make you pay a lot of money for that. uh, it I get it, but I also am amused by it. Like, what are you trying to do with this thing? Why not just create your own stuff? But you said you could show us some of the stuff that yeah.
Yes,
Will
let
you be
me do
doing that
that.
on your current screen or on?
On my current, on my current screen.
Keep you spotlight.
Yeah, I think it already is. I've been staring at myself. Are you seeing my screen? Yes, you are.
Yep.
Okay, so this is me at my studio. I generally begin with this. So, sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to make sure that you're seeing the screen correctly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I put you on a small window at the side, and your screen is up large. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, this is me at the studio. This was a really nice shoot a few years ago for Architectural Digest and with a few of my diaries, etc. I sorely miss my studio. Right now, you're seeing me at my home studio. So this is a glimpse of the diaries that I've always kept. Like we were just talking about note taking, that sort of almost need for note taking has always continued to what is now in recent years referred to as sketch notes. I draw in different conferences and while watching things, etc. It's just fancy note taking, and I think that I developed this almost sort of skill for being able to draw different kinds of lettering as a means of creating these notes for myself in order to make them visually interesting for myself. And it's almost sort of like sketch note, like illustrated journalism in a way, because I'm picking up on certain ideas that I'm hearing at that time, and putting them down in different ways. Also at music festivals. This one was during a performance at the Habitat Center, which is called Khusro Ke Rang. And so these diaries also sort of become a sort of window to that moment. I would often ask the performers to sign them, etc. And so they would become really like a moment that could take me back. Like I was saying, I've always drawn everywhere and uh, with different materials. And these are a few images of when I travel, when I backpack. I was introduced, backpacking is something that I started almost as a necessity and as an adventure of wanting to find excitement in uncertainty. Uncertainty is something that really scares me. Otherwise, I'm quite terrified. But backpacking and not making any fixed plans while traveling is something that I almost threw myself into, like a form of exposure therapy almost. So I sort of book tickets to a place and back from a place, but don't plan anything in the middle. And over the years, I've learned from different travelers how to make things work, to really plan food and stay and sleeping arrangements and travel plans on the fly. And no matter where it is, in what form, there's always a diary under my arm and a bunch of pens in my bag. And over the years, I've really started to enjoy traveling solo, which doesn't mean I'm alone at any time. I'm always meeting different people. But it becomes this very interesting thing of getting into that state of flow. And my diary becomes a very unfiltered space. It becomes a place where I don't think, I just sort of uh, spontaneously draw. And it's very often that I would come back after a month or so away and almost rediscover who I am or who I wanted to be at that moment, because I was so um, open, because I was so away from everything else, from all of the constructed sense of identity of being back home in familiar places. And being alone in completely new and unfamiliar places would really just open up my head. Um, so these are the very typical tools that I would carry. There are these fine liner pens, a small case of watercolor, and these sort of water pens, brush pens, that you can fill up with water. And they're quite easy to paint with and change color while you're traveling. And even very often, like Peter likes to remind me, while walking, which is very true. I'm often painting or drawing while walking through different places, or in crowded buses or trains, etc. Um, and often at the table, of course, while I'm waiting for a meal, and while I'm in different performances again. um, yeah, drawing in that moment is my, like you were describing a little while ago about being in flow, Peter. I think it's that, it's a way to really capture the feeling of being in that moment. It's a portal to that moment almost. And so when I look at these diaries, I know exactly what I was doing, where I was, what time of day it was, what I was tasting. um, yeah, and in the moment it becomes this really interesting, almost paradoxical way of hiding from other people in a certain way, of like creating my own bubble. I'm um, I'm quite self-conscious sometimes in quiet moments, like on the table, etc. And so drawing is a very easy excuse. But paradoxically, it's also such a great way to meet new people. And such amazing conversations have happened with complete strangers just because I happen to be sitting at that cafe drawing, or, walking around the market drawing, etc. I've met such wonderful people and had such wonderful conversations. And having, the conversations that you have with strangers, particularly over something like a drawing, is so honest. You don't need to ask each other names, or where you're from or what you do. You just sort of automatically seem to get to the point. You say the most honest things because there's no pressure of the past, or baggage of the future, etc., or the other way around, baggage of the past and pressure of the future. um, and so it also, these diaries become this really interesting way of meeting complete strangers and having really enriching conversations with them. I continue to take notes. That's my favorite thing, to remember stuff. And I continue to learn things while I'm traveling. I'm one of those people who really enjoys details of, um, history of places and where things come from. And um, especially when it's a place like Florence, which is where these diaries are from, that has so much history that I really love. And the other favorite is museums. I love to draw in museums. Um, I'm known to say that museums are sacred space for me almost. It's like, um, going to church would be for somebody. And drawing is like an homage, and almost like the art, like learning from the artist quite directly, when you're trying to recreate their creation in some form, because you're paying so much attention to the nuance of what they've done, the emotion of what they've created. Um, and so it's really a learning experience for me more than a recording experience, to spend that time in a museum and draw from the artist, from the creator of these pieces. And so I don't really plan the layout of these diaries. I don't. These are moleskin watercolor notebooks, and I've just grown accustomed to them, I think. So there's no particular reason for choosing the format, and there's no absolutely no thought to layout at all. I mean, the whole point of drawing diaries is to be free of that pressure that I otherwise have as a graphic designer to over curate everything. And so they're really, really spontaneous. And that has become, something that I enjoy the most. This was this beautiful moment in Orson Michele Church in Florence, where I happened to go because I met somebody who was going for this performance, and she happened to have an extra ticket. And in fact, she and I met because I was painting on the terrace of, I think, the Uffizi, and we struck up a conversation. And this was this concerto. And it's the most, I mean, if you've not heard a concerto played live in a church, you don't really know why they are the way that they are. You're not meant to hear them in any other way. even if you have a fancy record in a great acoustic room, etc. And so again, drawing those moments, like the one on the left is in Vienna, um, and listening to the Vienna Philharmonic. And I was this is quite interesting. I had standing tickets to this show. And I think it wasn't only because I was being miserly, but also because the rest of the show was sold out. Um, and somebody standing just behind me was complaining that the scratching of my pen was interfering with their experience of the music. And so I tried to be very careful and very quiet. But one of the, I think, one of the people who sort of, the chaperones, the people who are sort of showing you around or helping you with the tickets, seemed to notice that. And he came up to me in the first break and said, there are 2 seats that are free in the front part of it, and he would let me sneak there because he wanted to let me go on drawing comfortably. And so I and my friend got to step ahead into the actually very well dressed seating section, and we were in our t-shirts and traveling pants, and and sort of I sat and drew my drawing in peace. And so I mean, those are the kind of moments that happen, and even though to anybody else who's seeing these it's just a drawing, to me it is absolutely that moment. I'm in that space, I'm listening to that music, while I'm looking at these drawings. And so, like the one on the left on this page, for example, I was walking past, the sun was setting quickly, and there was this beautiful sound coming from one of the churches, and my phone was out of battery. I couldn't take a photo or a video. And so I drew, and that's the best way, again, to capture it for myself. The drawing on the right was opera, was this performance, again, in Florence, and the artists have signed it. Of course, I draw in streets. I would often walk out, like this drawing, for example, was I just walked out of my hostel. I forgot, there was this half-eaten sandwich in my lap that I kind of forgot to eat, just because, I would look at a particular view and my first instinct is to draw it. It's not to take a photo. And I try and stick to that more. I'm also fortunate that I started to backpack much before phone cameras were so great, that my instinct is to draw something that I'm seeing, as a means to bring that memory back. And so it's this very sensory memory instead of just a photo of a place. And again, stories and landmarks and moments, like the story of the sculpture on the right hand side, for example. So even though I've drawn only the sculpture and the name of the piazza, but I would know the story. I would almost sort of hear it being whispered to me as I'm looking at that drawing. Drawing outdoors, I really miss drawing outdoors. Again, it's a way of capturing that moment in time or that day, the smell of that space, the book I was reading, which is drawn on this table right now. And that's a view of what I was looking at when I was drawing. So I would just sort of hang out and open up my pens and start painting something. The drawing on the right hand side was, I think, the first painting I made last year in lockdown. And it was very significant to me emotionally because it was, firstly, it's a view from my kitchen window, which I felt was what I was staring at the most during, especially the first 3 or 4 weeks of lockdown. I was spending a lot of time in the kitchen. And I was almost venting frustration in the kitchen, and I was looking out of my window for solace. And, I mean, I remember that we were all talking about how the plants were flourishing, how the air was so clean. And, I was finding so much solace in the peace and the quiet of this space in front of my kitchen window. And you see this sort of yellow duck and these red things, which is this mini playground that's been set up. And usually I'm quite annoyed by the fact that there's something that's so close to my kitchen window where these kids hang out and it's quite noisy. But during lockdown, it was almost this poignant sort of feeling about it. It was almost like I wanted some kids to play there. It sort of felt so sad that the kids were locked inside, and this weird duck was staring at me. So and and painting this was also my way of almost reminding myself of this other side of me that I was missing so sorely. It almost felt like I was stuck at home, being a caregiver and a cook and a cleaner, but not quite remembering the side of me that was an artist in the studio. I really miss my studio. And so painting this quietly, over about half an hour or so, was my way of sort of reassuring myself, that uh, I can paint in a way. Um, these are drawings from, again, from the left one is of a particularly nice meal at this place called Sunny Mead in Shimla. Um, over conversation with Madhavi, and who owns the place, and so I would be writing down names of what we were eating, where it was grown, etc. Sometimes there are snippets of the conversation that I would write down. And her home is full of these really lovely objects, and so I would spend some afternoons just watching the snow outside and painting some of these objects and listening to her stories of them. And she knew, she of course knows all of her flowers almost like you would know a child, your children. She knows her garden so well. And so she would be, and this is the book I was talking about, A Gentle Plea for Chaos, which is a lovely book on gardening that I discovered there. These are some of the creatures in Madhavi's home at Sunnymead. Again, drawing dogs and cats is so fun. So also speaking of this, it's not always watercolor. I think I intuitively pick out tools that call out to me for that moment or seem to represent that moment and place somehow. And it's often when I come back home that I reflect on why I pick something, So then is when I would sort of put on my designer hat and reflect on why I chose a certain technique or drew a certain detail, etc. I don't sweat it when I'm traveling. That's really the place where I'm gathering information. I'm not, paying attention to it. And then I come back and process it. So, like I was saying before, food is one thing that helps me feel like I'm assimilating and understanding where people are from. And the other is language. I tend to pick up language quite easily. And I also think a lot about words, and I think a lot about, over the years, I almost have this secret, um, I don't know, like a secret recipe or a secret logic in my head about the first words that I learn in a new country, seeming to signify uh, that country in some way. The meaning or the emotion of that word, and also my favorite words. I seem to I have a I sort of I would suddenly notice which words I'm gravitating towards because I really enjoy playing with words on my tongue. I have no shame, so which is probably why I learn languages easily. But I would go to new countries and I would keep picking up words and playing with them and using them and throwing them at complete unsuspecting strangers. And like in Spanish, my favorite word perhaps is poquito, and which means small, which means tiny. And in Spanish, when you want to say tinier, like when you want to enhance the meaning of it, you would say poquitito. So if it's something that's really small, you would say poquitito, which is I really enjoy that relationship with words. In Japan, the first words that you learn are, I'm sorry and thank you, which is so telling of Japan. They say that the most. And so what I end up doing is, at some points in my trip or during the end or towards the end of my trip, start to make these pages of the words that I can recall that I have learned on that trip. And over a period of time, I've sort of challenged myself to draw words that are not food words because I recognize that 80% of my vocabulary, at least, is food words. So it's quite interesting, to sort of, and phrases are, it's so nice to remember where I picked up a certain phrase and how I continue to use it later. And people, right? People that I meet. I met Estefania on a train from Granada to Barcelona. It was a really enjoyable, we were hanging out in the pantry car together when I was drawing this. Joe on the right hand side is somebody I couchsurfed with in Barcelona. He's a Spanish English, he's half Spanish, half American, and he's a Spanish English translator as well as a musician. We were drawing this while waiting for our breakfast, I think, one day. And so on and so forth. Marcello on the right, I met him on a street really, and we had probably a 15-minute conversation, which was really interesting. Um, and so again, drawing people becomes such a fantastic way of remembering them, of connecting with them. And someone took this really lovely picture on the right hand side in Jaisalmer, where these kids were marveling at the diaries and saying things. And so it, like I was saying, if I'm hanging out drawing, and people would pass by or stop by or sit next to me and say things, it's almost like the diaries invite them into a space of saying anything that they, of almost giving them permission, to say absolutely anything. um, and that's so amazing for me as a recipient of that insight or knowledge. Sometimes they would look at a food drawing and tell me how to cook it. Sometimes they would ask me questions about where I had just been. Sometimes they would marvel at my understanding of some detail and tell me how they remember it, from their childhood, or so on and so forth. And that becomes so interesting. It's, I feel so blessed to have those kind of moments where people are sharing these details with me. Like Take-chan on the right hand side is a boy in Japan. I think enjoy is the only English word he knows, but that doesn't stop him from connecting, from being just the most wonderful travel companion. This is my friend Andrea in Rome, and of course, like complete strangers, and more drawings from the streets of little details here and there. Which brings us to food. Obviously, a lot of food drawings. Um, and for different purposes, I think. Sometimes to document details that I want to remember later. Um, you know, like these are called pinchos, these little sort of snacks in Barcelona, and the different toppings that were there. Um, this is, of course, from Calcutta, different kinds of food that I enjoyed or was enjoying at that time, wanting to remember. The drawing on the left hand side is all of the different flavors of gelato that I ate in Italy on that particular trip. Um, and so I would just keep going back to this page and adding to it as I was eating new and unique flavors. Um, the one on the right, I think, is also in Italy, which is this place called Carabe. Documentation of meals. So sometimes just a menu of things that I have eaten. And you'll notice the one on the left hand side ends with saying "and sunshine" with some jazz. So there'll also always be this sort of uh, time and place and moment and other senses to it. The one on the right was in Annecy, I think in 2011 or 12, when I was at somebody's home. Um, and those marks are actual food. So sometimes I would dip my fingers into the sauce or the ice cream and uh, almost preserve it in the diary. This is an old one in Bombay. The one on the left is, well, this one is really quick, I think. Just walking by one of the streets in North Calcutta, and this is through a market. um, and typically how I would sort of draw different ingredients that I was noticing. um, and this woman in who was at a cheese shop, uh, Paola, she wouldn't stop marveling at my diary. I think I have some photos and videos of her as well. She kept saying "bravissima, bravissima," and she sort of she had this look of almost disbelief on her face that I'd managed to draw something. And that's also so affirming, right? I mean, when you're a creative practitioner, you have this echo chamber of other creative people, and you tend to feel like you're just one of many, or maybe not even really that good. But when you're around strangers, there's so much sort of assuredness. so much of that sense of wonder that returns to the act of drawing something. And the other reason that I really enjoy food on my travels is, I'm sorry if this is triggering or unsettling for somebody, but I really enjoy challenging myself with completely bizarre ingredients. And so far, I haven't really um, been grossed out enough to not try something. I know that there are some things that I dislike that I would not want to revisit, but I'm absolutely open and curious about trying the most bizarre of ingredients. And I think that's got to do with growing up as well. I think my parents, especially my dad, I remember him telling us so many stories of weird foods that he had eaten, that I don't think that I developed a filter for things that I would not eat or try. If somebody in that city, in that place eats something, I will try it, and I will in fact make it a point to try it and try to find out stories about it. And similarly, I will discover food quite openly. Like the drawing on the right hand side is from a trip to our favorite home in Sitla a couple of years ago. Um, some of you guys would know Vikram Myra. And he was one of these days, he has this beautiful citrus tree on the property. And one of those days, he was sort of complaining and saying it's not a very useful citrus. It has a very tiny fruit, which is quite sour, and he's not been able to figure out what to do with it. Um, and I sort of took it upon myself and did some digging around and some research and discovered it's a citron. And actually, what's the most amazing thing about this fruit is its rind, which is quite unlike the other citruses. We're quite used to discarding the rind, which is, the white, the pith of it, the white part of it, sorry. The rind is the outer yellow part of it. And I discovered that you can actually slice it up and it's a fantastic salad. Um, and which was, so exciting. So those are the kind of things that, which this also reminds me of this time that I was standing on a bench in southern France and eating mulberries off a tree. And um, people there thought that it was quite a crazy thing to do and quite a weird thing to do in public particularly. But um, yeah, that's what I do. I just try to figure out what can be eaten in what way. Um, and draw these spontaneous drawings. So this was a blackboard that I found at a friend's family's little party in Goa a couple of years ago, and they had this really nice blackboard in that space, and so I drew the menu there for everybody. Which is what I was saying about these moments becoming such a source of celebration, and I feel this really large sense of gratitude for these food moments that I happen to share with a friend, or if I'm invited to, particularly when I'm traveling. So the one on the right hand side, for example, was Joe's mum, and she was having a party in Barcelona. Joe, who we saw a few slides ago. And they invited me, and there was this little dog whose name was Banjo. There was some of her friends, um, of course the food, um, and yeah, this drawing just transports me to that sense of feeling so amazing about it. This page was supposed to have another drawing on the right hand side, which I didn't find, but essentially um, the drawing on the left is Pepper House in Cochin during the Biennale. And I was remembering, that I wanted to share the fact that I draw on table mats all the time, and I highly encourage it. Whenever there are paper table mats, I will draw on them. This particular drawing was at G in South Delhi, one late night after working together on a project. Um, yeah, so always draw on table mats. Um, this drawing was also, this was some weird discarded paper I found somewhere, maybe a paper bag or something, um, of the scene on the left hand side. So I was sitting on this ledge in a fort in Jaisalmer and drawing this wonderful breakfast that had been laid out for us. This was at a friend's wedding. Uh, there was this amazing food. This was a wedding lunch that was curated by Diva Restaurants. So of course it was absolutely fantastic. Um, so again, these drawings are a way for me to taste the food again. I actually have a watering mouth right now. when I'm looking at these, because I remember exactly the flavor and the sounds of everybody mingling, um, these ice cream cups being put together, these frozen yogurt cups being put together. This was at a wine tasting that a friend and his mom invited me to near Florence, and you can see we tasted a lot of wine. And the drawing on the right is a documentation of the different wines we tasted and actually painted in with bits of the wine. So I would often do that. I dip my brush into different liquids that happen to be around, especially if there's a source of water nearby. Like if you're near a lake or a river, I would use that water, and it almost feels like I'm bringing bits of that place back with me uh, in these diaries. And food, of course, like I would often paint with the food itself. Different meals. So these are meals, in this frame, these are meals that are shared with other people. And so the memories are of those people being around and the conversation that was happening while I was drawing, which I remember really well. This drawing is, I was by myself at Gusta Pizza, and yeah, there's immediately this memory of dipping my hands, of using your hands to tear bites of this pizza, and awkwardly trying to draw it at the same time. So the drawing is actually really quick. It's a pencil drawing with little bits of a very quick watercolor. The one on the left was a meal that I went into this trattoria in Florence, this osteria, which had this traditional Tuscan menu. Um, and I found one of the serving staff was this young boy who helped me curate that entire meal. I mean, it was a very Italian speaking, very sort of typical Italian, non-touristy kind of place, which is unusual in Florence. But I kind of, asked him to help me figure out what would be a good sort of traditional, typical Tuscan meal. And so he kind of, he kept telling me little nuggets of information or stories, or, what his mother would cook a certain way, etc., while he kept bringing me things. And he agreed to give me half portions of many different things so that I could taste more stuff. And so as he kept telling me, I kept sort of making notes and writing down what I was eating. Um, yeah, it was such a fantastic meal. And these are some drawings from Japan. Again, like you can see, the material and the technique is really something that chooses itself pretty much. I don't sort of decide that beforehand or think about it. I'm definitely not thinking about making a great looking drawing at the end of it. It's really the process um, that is interesting and important for me in that moment. Which is also why I don't really care when I make a mistake or when something spills, etc. Like this diary, in fact, I have these photos, but the diary actually got half soaked in coffee because it was lying in my bag and there was a coffee spill from a can or something. And I don't really care. It's another memory sort of overlaid on top of the other memories of Japan. This one was a meal in Mexico. Um, they have this thing called a molcajete, which is like a mortar and pestle that's shaped like that has a pig head sort of shape on one side. Um, yeah, this delicious meal. I'm out of words now because my mouth is watering. And the drawing on the right is just the two main sauces, the salsas there, the red salsa and the green one. These are ice creams. The one on the left is ice creams in Mexico. Amazing flavors and unusual, the spicy ones particularly, like the mango with chili, etc. And the drawing on the right is about all of the fermented fruit drinks that you get on the streets, like tepache, which is made from fermented pineapple. And you just get, there are these very sort of sweet local shops that serve them from these big pans. And they're just so amazing. This drawing was while hanging out in this bar in Florence. I went back to this place a couple of times. I discovered it one evening while I was wandering around, and I couldn't get a reservation at a particular restaurant I really wanted to go to, but they were full. And so I found this one bar, and it ended up being just the best serendipity. So I have this thing about my travel karma. I think I have fantastic travel karma. I just seem to wander into these fantastic, almost magical moments. And this bar was it was a very small local bar. But what was most fantastic about it was that how Italian it was. And if you've been to Florence, you would know that it's filled with tourists, and you mostly have to look above their heads and pretend that you're in the 14th century, that you're not in tourist paradise, and you barely really hear any Italian. But it was in this bar that there was Italian chatter. People were really comfortable. um, the servers, who were Emiliano and Marcella, like I've taken down, were across a counter from you that you were sitting at, and they would just sort of put together these plates for you, which wine you wanted, which cheese you wanted, which slice of meat you wanted, whether you wanted an open sandwich, etc. um, and it was so comforting, to just be sitting there. And so I was sitting there and drawing, and different people were having striking bits of conversation with me. Somebody sitting next to me, called Maria, which is why her name appears on the page. And then I think a little while later, this plate sort of appeared in front of me, this plate of really nice food. And Marcella sort of just put together a plate for me and said, "For the artist." um, and so that also tends to happen when you're drawing in different countries, especially if you're a single brown girl. For some reason, you get fed a lot. Different people just bring you food, and food as a source of comfort. So this was very late in the night, in Malaysia, where Mama and I had gone. I was extremely exhausted from the flight, and the the entire day had been really tiring. And I had settled Mama into her room, and then we were staying in a hospital complex. Um, and I went downstairs to the ground floor where there was this little comforting sort of cafe, and I bought myself some tea and cake, and I sat and drew. These drawings are in Mexico at this particular really nice chain of coffee shops. And again, on the subject of comfort, so like I was saying, the diaries are really unfiltered. It's often that I come back and discover little nuances that I put in there that I often didn't even remember, or I laugh at my own directness about things that I wrote down. And this was one particular day when I had planned to do a street art walk or something, and the weather was terrible. It was raining nonstop through the night and through the day, and I was just really grouchy. And I decided to go ahead and do my street art walk anyway in the rain. Got soaked through, was really cold and uncomfortable. And so the one thing that I wanted, which is fairly unusual for me in a foreign country, but I really wanted Indian food at that time, which doesn't usually happen, but maybe I knew that Dishoom was round the corner. And so I went into Dishoom and I sat down and I ordered Rajma Chawal and masala chai. That is what I wanted at that time. And of course, I didn't have a reservation, so I was sitting at one of those, sort of bar table spots. And I struck up a conversation with somebody sitting next to me. And when my plate of samosas was served, I think he assumed that it was meant, to be shared, like for the table. He didn't realize that I had ordered the samosas and I was starving. And he happily helped himself. So the picture on the left is what I looked like at that time. And he happily helped himself to my samosa, and I got kind of annoyed, but I couldn't say that to him. And so there's, in Hindi in my diary, this little note that says, "Ek gora mere saath baitha, mera samosa kha gaya." So extremely inappropriate, but extremely honest little bit of sharing that happens in my diaries. Similarly, the drawing on the left is a reproduction of a photograph in the Tate Museum um, that just spoke to me at that moment in a certain way. The bottle, by the way, is peeled because I often peel labels of things that I'm eating and drinking, and stick them into my diary or put them in the pocket at the back. And the drawing on the right hand side is one of a few pages when I was extremely sick in Granada. I was traveling alone. Um, I was in Granada, which doesn't speak much English. People mostly spoke, and my Spanish was pretty broken back then. And I had fallen sick and I couldn't understand what was going on with me, and I was a little bit delirious. And so I spent a few days very sort of confused and um, almost trying to pacify myself. And so these pages are quite interesting because in one moment I'm saying, I wish that someone would take care of me and I need a hug. And in the other moment, I'm saying I'm grateful for this room and it's going to be better soon, etc. So it's almost like I'm trying to um, sort of comfort myself. And yeah, this drawing was in Joe's living room on summer solstice day in Barcelona. And this wise little phrase came popping out of my head, which was, a good traveler expects nothing and finds everything. It was this moment of almost grace. It was feeling like you go with no expectations and you really receive everything that you can't even imagine for yourself. So a lot of these kind of moments, of course, like I said, I have great travel karma. So there's a lot of these magical little things that tend to happen. And the drawing on the right is from this cafe when I started to feel better in Granada, when I found the right medication and my throat started to feel better. And I finally found chicken soup after looking for several days. Yeah, and so it was just a moment of gratitude. So moving on, of course, I play with my food in different ways. If you guys know my work, you know that I love type, um, and I make these public um, installations, almost this public art project that I started called Typeventions, which is now run like a workshop. And often local food or produce is a part of it, and we take the shape of the food as um, you know a sort of ingredient in thinking about how to make type with it instead of fighting with the shape of it. And so the one on the left, for example, was on a very hot summer day when petrol prices had risen, but watermelons were inexpensive and everywhere. And so we said tank up on the juice, um, and similarly with different kinds of materials. And these are single words that I've pulled out for this particular session, but otherwise they are parts of phrases that come together. So the one on the right was in Bangalore, and this was made from banana leaves that are folded. And traditionally they are folded into these triangles that are filled with a rice mixture and then steamed to make a dessert. And so sort of incorporating that act into this workshop was a way to sort of go back into remembering, to make these banana leaf packets, or go back to traditional material in some way. So coming to restaurants, like I was saying, Smokehouse Room was my introduction to Peter. Am I sort of jumping from one thing to another? I feel like we've talked about these things, so I can take that liberty to uh, jump from subject to subject.
Absolutely no. Carry on, carry on.
So this is Mocha's room. Like you can see, it was this really unusual space that Ayaz had designed, conceptualized with Riaz. It was inspired from a mushroom. And my only brief from Riaz for this restaurant design was that it would be playful yet trippy, trippy yet playful, which was the most obscure, open-ended, weird brief ever. But that's where it was. And so that's what we tried to encapsulate in the logotype, and this mushroom illustration. And the space would become like that in the evenings with these LED lights, etc. So it was meant, um, the moment you got off the elevator, in fact, on this floor, it was meant to challenge your senses and to make you almost tingle with, um, what you might experience in this place, and sort of put you out of your comfort zone. And usually food is something that brings you into a comfort zone. But molecular gastronomy, or modern cuisine, as it's I think more known, um, aims to sort of create a theater out of that experience. And so we did that with all the graphics. The illustrations were embossed, and there was this sense of texture to everything. We actually laser cut the logo through the cards and things like that. So we just try to create that sense of burn and texture, and um, you know these kind of sensations in everything. And like I was saying, from choosing glassware to cutlery, and different details of the space, just sort of thought about how you would experience it all the time. And this was Smokehouse Delhi. These are pictures from Smokehouse Delhi and Horse Village and Khan Market, that I did, along with a fantastic team, of course. So Smokehouse Delhi was already thought about as this sketchbook-like experience that you would walk into. But with and there was, I think Khan Market was the second Smokehouse Delhi, um, the second in Delhi at least. I think the first one was in Vasant Kunj. And with Khan Market, the conversation was about, so Riaz and Ayaz, of course, great friends, knew about my love for the history of Delhi and its neighborhoods, and all of the details of it, the poetry, the architecture, all of the walks in the streets, etc. And so we started to, and they sort of realized from the Vasant Kunj Smokehouse Delhi that people were engaging with the walls much more than even they had anticipated. They realized that it was almost like they had this captive audience, and people were asking so many questions and engaging with the brand online, asking the manager, etc., about details that were drawn on the walls. And so we said, can we take that as an opportunity and do more with these surfaces? And so in Khan Market and in Hoskas Village, we started to really go deeper into the history of those neighborhoods. And Khan Market was really interesting for me because, in fact, my family's home was there in 5 Khan Market. And so a lot of the family's memories of Khan Market are very, experience memories. They're not like, oh, like they would say, oh, so and so's house instead of certain house number, or they would talk about different incidents that happened there, or so there was so much to draw from, in terms of what Khan Market used to be like. And I chose to do the story of Khan Market. The timeline that I picked for it was the 50s and 60s in Khan Market. I felt that that was so iconic, to represent that time. And Khan Market, by the way, is a neighborhood that was established in Delhi, for particularly post-partition people who had moved to Delhi. And it's in the middle of central Delhi, um, and so there's this whole context to that place. And so I felt like the 50s and 60s, just soon after partition, that sensibility of um, Punjabi yet colonial sort of aesthetic coming together, that architectural sensibility, the objects of that place, all of it was so interesting to capture. And for Hoskas Village, it's this idea of I often say that in Delhi, if you start to dig, it's like you will find layers of history at every level. And depending on where you stop, you could almost sort of build that as the story of that neighborhood. And Hoskas Village is one of those places where it's like a it's like a timeline, and different things have happened every maybe 20 years in that place. It feels it's almost always been changing. And so Hoskas and the space itself in Hoskas village as well is this long sort of space, or was, doesn't exist anymore. And so it was ideal to do almost like a timeline. And so this picture is talking about the 14th century history of Hoskas village. When Firoz Shah Tughlaq came, there's a story of how he rode in to this area and decided to establish his madrasa there, which was one of the world's most renowned colleges of learning at that time. And the neighboring village, in fact, at that time was called Tarabad, where musicians and writers lived. So it's quite interesting how Hoskas village almost seems to come full circle every now and then. Um, and so there's so much history. If I start, I wouldn't stop, so I will not go in there right now. But there's so much history that's embedded in different details on these walls. And the other end of the restaurant has these stories of Deer Park. And so it's almost like you walk through this bougainvillea doorway, as you would in the park. And you enter this sort of small private dining space that has a depiction of Deer Park. So it's drawing your attention to this green lung of Delhi that not many people paid attention to at that time. That's a drawing of Firoz Shah Tughlaq riding into um, Hauz Khas village at that time in the 14th century. And this space has a lot of different details of his reign. And so the interesting thing is that when people would happen to be seated in one corner or the other, they would have the opportunity to notice a certain detail and ask about it. And so it's almost like you're encapsulating a museum worthy, a museum full of data in this very unsuspecting sort of place. And the way that we thought about these illustrations, like I was saying earlier, is that it's almost like there are layers of information. So I would say if you're just there to have a meal, you could, they had to be quiet enough and they had to be subtle enough overall, or they had to have this sort of gray value. They had to be sort of spread out in a certain way and have this texture to them that you could ignore the drawings and just eat your meal. um, and then the second layer to me was these kind of hooks of information that I embedded into different walls, where there would be some detail that would catch your eye, or something that you recognized, a date, or the name of a song, or an architectural detail, or whatever it is. And then there would be a whole world of information that you would have to ask somebody about, or Google search for yourself. And so I kind of try to make sure that I'm giving you enough data to be able to search about it. It's not absolutely obscure. But when you connect the dots, you have an aha moment um, about learning about something, but not in a learning in a museum sort of a way. It's almost like a friend told you a secret, or just sort of let you in on a certain story that you didn't know about before. And so this is this large bookcase that we drew in Khan Market, and there were so many of these inside details that are embedded into these stories, into these drawings. So like this bookcase had, of course, all of my favorite Delhi authors, and almost a veritable reading list on the history of Delhi. So people could actually take photos of it or find out about new books from it. And some of the book spines were actually a joke. So I remember there was one about Mayank Austin Sufi that he discovered and Instagrammed or posted on Facebook or something like that. So there were these little sort of jokes, or little details that somebody would just discover and say, "Oh, aha, this is about that." And similarly, the music playlist, I tried to be really particular that it was the correct time period. And there are snippets of, poets, Delhi poets. And so this was just really all about my favorite bits of Delhi history. this is a glimpse of how the place was drawn. There were these really, really quick pencil sketches, and then just go at it with a black permanent marker. And there was, I think, typically a team of 10 or 12 people, but a very rotating sort of a team. People would come in and go when they could. It wasn't really a fixed team. And we had about 25 to 30 days for each restaurant. So it was really days and nights, because that's all you could afford, to spare of the rent-free period of the restaurant, especially in Khan Market. Um, so yeah, these are little bits of poetry on Delhi. What you don't see in this frame, but just above, that caption, "Not a nice man to know," has a picture of Khushwant Singh, who's from the neighborhood, from Sujan Singh Park next door. There's a little joke about Jawaharlal Nehru and Lady Mountbatten up there. So just, yeah, these little details. The wallpaper, we got really particular about, drawing wallpaper that was correct for the time period. So there were some architecture students who helped out with details like that. And then, of course, a lot of chalk drawings. And I had this running joke about going back to Hoskas village and, making a new drawing in exchange for lunch every now and then. And I was telling you about the hungry monkey. So the name hungry monkey was the only thing that was the brief, really, and the fact that they would have Californian cuisine. So we decided to reinterpret hungry as curious and monkey as adventure. And this phrase, "curiosity is the beginning of adventure," became the starting point of the story that we set for this place. So the idea became, the moment that you walk into this restaurant, can everything, including the temperature, the music, the everything that you're experiencing, the things that the staff say to you, can everything make you feel like you're in a space of curiosity and adventure? And I had just come back from Mexico, and I was so influenced by these fantastical drawings, especially of animals in Mexico. And so I brought that sense of irreverent play almost into the illustrations for this project. Um, and we drew these, creatures and these fantastical experiments in the studio. In fact, I remember that we were moving studios while this project was going on. So there are these, my illustrators are sitting in half constructed spaces and working on these drawings. And then, so, we thought about how to extend that idea of curiosity and adventure to everything. So the words that were being used in this space or in the promotions of the place, we came up with these unwords, that it's unexpected, unserious, unbound. This sort of dark, mysterious sort of color palette that came together. These are some of the coasters that you will find on the table. And then we began to create these drawings and textures that could be embedded in different surfaces. So the architect took, some of these ideas forward. This drawing of the constellations, for example, became this mirror panel behind the DJ. Um, this was the lettering that I was speaking about. We created this giant lettering we cast it in brass and embedded it into this concrete table that was meant to be almost like a communal table. So this idea of people gathering together and getting to know each other, almost like strangers coming together and meeting each other in that serendipitous sort of way that I was talking about in my travels. And so on purpose, this type was sort of broken up and turned around in ways to signify that collaborative or, serendipitous sort of energy. And of course, it says the universe is made up of stories, not atoms. And on the bottom right, there are these objects that we embedded into the floor. So there was this sense of discovery, like we kept sort of thinking about where you could embed something or hide something. Or the drawing of the flamingo is in the restrooms. In fact, I remember that there's the flamingo and the wolf in the other loop. So just details like that you would discover. These are some drawings for Americano in Bombay that we worked on a couple of years ago at Quick Brown Fox Design. So just brush lettering. Um, and the idea, in fact, for this, so Americano is in Kala Ghora, which is an art district. And so we kept thinking about how we could emulate the idea of an artist's signature. So that sense of spontaneity, but almost, you know, that sort of something that feels coming, that comes together in not a very casual way, but at the same time in this very spontaneous way, almost the way that, let's say, Miro would sign his paintings. And this was work for Perch in Delhi. And, so on the other end of the spectrum, as compared to, let's say, a Hungry Monkey, etc., places that just are all about the space and about, quietness, not overdoing the design part of it, ensuring that design gets out of the way almost. And so there's just this brush letter drawing of the logo, of course, Perch, and of this owl that I think Webber named Mr. Hoots. He's named Mr. Robert Hoots. And the owl has become so signature. He sort of keeps appearing on different surfaces, and we keep developing the identity of Perch further in different ways as well. But it's really this very, in the noise of Delhi's, spaces that are over designed or over curated, it's just this very quiet, comforting sort of space. These animations were recently created by a friend, Nikunj Patel, in Bombay. And places where food spaces have a different function. So this is a hospital that we designed in Bombay several years ago. And we named the hospital is called Namaha, and we decided to name the cafe something. And that conversation about how hospital cafeterias are such dull, boring, sometimes almost distressing spaces. And this was, envisioned as a women's hospital particularly. And there was this major challenge of how do you make girls feel comfortable enough, or women, of all ages, feel comfortable enough to go and see their doctor. And so we said, could the cafe perform that function? Could it be a space that you drop in for a coffee and then you might also see your doctor? And so we named it Namaha Nashta. And it has this whole sort of very rich visual language to it. It's a very airy, open, sweet sort of a space. And when I look at their Instagram, it seems to be working. People do tend to drop in for a coffee and then also happen to, see the doctor when they need to. And then this one, of course, that sort of designer dream come true of making very involved drawings for a beverage label. At Quick Brown Fox Design, we worked with Terraigin a few years ago, and a couple of years ago now. On the label is part of the story. Again, I could go on and on about Terai, so I'll try to stop. But part of the story of Terai is about this one particular time in Indian history, just post this sort of colonial influence. And the coins seem to really symbolize that so well, where there is this colonial yet Mughal sort of influence. It's almost like the two are blending in a certain aesthetic. And we found this one particular style of coin. There's actually a few different versions of it, but we found this one particular style from the 1930s to the 50s that had these really beautiful botanicals drawn on it. In this very sort of interesting, like I was saying, that melding of the two influences sort of a way. And so we decided to, we thought we had this idea to illustrate Terai's. Terai is a gin, of course, and it has these botanicals. And we said, can we illustrate the different botanicals as this coin? And at the time of this sketch, it was 12, and then it became 9 and then it became 11 botanicals, of course, during the development of it. So these are the studies of the different botanicals and almost trying to um, pay homage to that particular style of illustration, which I really imagined as a Mughal artist being commissioned by a British person, maybe, or having that sort of influence to draw these botanicals. So it's a very sort of interesting mix, like I said, of trying to think about how to represent something. And so this was the illustration. It represents each of the 11 botanicals of the Terai. Uh, Tulsi at the bottom, juniper on top, and so on. And then on the label, this was embossed. And this is called a blind emboss when it's actually not printed, when it's just embossed. So you can feel it. It's almost like the coin itself. It has this texture. And it sits on that bottle. So, and then of course with Terai, we managed to do so much more. Like I said, I will not go into all of the different stories. There are so many. It's such a magical process of designing the bottle and managing to have it produced in Delhi. The closure, which was created using a craft process in Chennapatna in South India. So it's actually every stopper is handmade by these women in Chennapatna near Bangalore. Um, so yeah, I mean, these are some of the glimpses and some of the ways in which all of these influences come together for me. And this has been a very, very, very long monologue. So Peter, are you still there?
Yes, here I'm fascinated. And as someone was just saying in the chat, what was that? Yeah, Virkendar says, but a beautiful and honest sharing. And I think he's had to exit. I could listen and watch her drawings forever, but my body is giving into sleep now. Sending much love and help. Right? I wonder
Oh, Wilkin.
if you could,
I'm looking at the chat.
yeah.
So Shreya said, do you paint and ink the sketches later? Sometimes, but mostly on the spot. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes there are, sometimes I'll quickly sort of make a drawing and then fill in some color later. But often I also don't bother. I mean, I will fill in color later only if it has some specific meaning, like if it's a color of a food or a texture that I want to remember and record in a certain way. Otherwise, it's mostly right there. So I've devised a sort of way of holding my watercolor box on top of my sketchbook itself and painting on the go, and often sort of wiping my brush on my pants or on my skirt, etc. So I have very color stained clothes then.
That's in fact something I was going to ask you as well about. Do you, because you mentioned you don't mind what happens to your sketchbooks and so on. Do you take any of these later and then develop them further into finished works of art? I mean, for those of us who scribble, for instance, I'm always putting down little lines somewhere, putting it on my phone or putting it in a notepad, and then I come back to them later, and maybe they'll be part of something else, but maybe not. Do you find yourself taking those works and doing anything with them? And by the way, what I'm sharing on screen is a logo that Kriti made for us for the Simple Recipes for Complicated Times group, and perhaps she will talk about that later. But on this, what does it become a part of something else, or are they an end in themselves always?
Um, so for some reason, I've always drawn a very hard boundary between my sketchbooks and my actual work. Um, for some mysterious reason, I don't really know why. I wish I didn't always do that, but I've always thought of. So um, I remember a moment about maybe 8 years into my working life, no, lesser, about 5 or 6 years into my working life, that I started to almost discover that I could bring illustration and lettering into what I thought was my regular work. Till that point, I thought of my diaries as hyper private and hyper, my own space. I would not put them out anywhere. But it was the early years of Facebook, and I started to spontaneously take some photos and put them online, and people responded to them in a certain way that made me think about how I wanted people to respond to my other work as a graphic designer. So in that way, they did have, this influence. At first, this sense of confidence about illustration and lettering as part of my work. um, but with my travel diaries, there have been so many times that um, people have said, have asked me to make things of them, but I've always resisted that idea. I think, to me, in my head, they're very sacred play spaces. They're very free of pressure of performance in any way. And work, to me, is very, uh, maybe, my training as a graphic designer spoils me a little bit. I think it's too, um, it needs to have a purpose. It's very thought about. It has the user's eye in mind, always. um, and so I feel very shy bringing my, you know spontaneous drawings into that space. I feel a little bit odd about it. Um, so to answer your question, I haven't really directly translated anything. One particular drawing or one particular piece of lettering comes to mind that I scanned and made into a large print for a friend. But apart from that, um, nothing else. And I mean, of course, there's the Fish You Were Here poster, which was in one of my diaries. I call it Fish You Were Here because it was Pink Floyd's Wish You Were Here, the lyrics of Wish You Were Here, with these two fish in the middle. And that was in 2008, that I drew into a diary in the night, and posted on Facebook. And it suddenly got a lot of attention from a lot of people, and people wanted to buy prints of it. And this was 2008, when it wasn't really, I had never heard of selling prints before that. Never really thought about it for myself anyway. And so I sort of went with it and made these limited edition prints of it. I recreated that, though it wasn't exactly the same artwork, but I recreated it. And one of the prints, through a very serendipitous sort of way, found its way to um, Pink Floyd themselves in London. To and I got a letter back, to say thank you for it. So I mean, it's in those sort of ways that these influences have come in, but not directly. I haven't really used the diaries as so. And also, while I'm traveling, I'm not note taking at all. I try not to put on my thinking hat about drawings at all. The other diaries, though, not, the regular diaries, of course, have a lot of processing of data in that manner. So I do need to draw to think or write to think. So there's a lot of constant writing, drawing, brainstorming, um, bringing ideas together and stuff like that. So a lot of the ideas like Hungry Monkey, etc., the obscure stuff happens in that way because I naturally draw, what is taught as mind maps in design school, which are these lateral thinking sort of things, right? So I naturally draw like that. I naturally tend to take notes and then make strange connections between different things and bring them together. So those diaries, yes. So behind me there are actually a lot of these diaries. The daily ones, the studio ones, and of course the travel diaries.
So there's, in fact, I thought I'll show people this first. Sorry.
You're on the whiteboard.
Hang on. Let me just do that again. Wait a minute, this is not.
Umang says, what is the size of your sketchbooks? What do you prefer? There's no particular preference. The regular travel diaries, like I said, is the Moleskine watercolor journal, which is this. So, and it just sort of happened by accident that I have been using these, and they're quite convenient because they're long. So you have you can sort of turn it around different ways and use the pages and the format in completely different ways.
Hmm.
Sorry, Peter, I'm just doing this because you were,
No, swear. I'm glad you are. You want to show that on the camera? I'll spotlight that screen.
Yeah, do that. I mean, I thought that it would be clearer that way anyway. Yeah, so like I was saying, this is the gelato flavors, right? And that's one of the paper napkins from the gelato shop. So yeah, this format, I think my phone is kind of close, but I hope that you can tell, yeah, that it's quite a versatile sort of format. Oops, did I disconnect?
It's back.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's opening those two pages, yeah. That's the meal that I was talking about
Mhm.
with Matteo curating it for me. That's pizza, the market, little things. Yeah. And the backs of these books have this pocket. So I often find, things I didn't even remember, sort of checking in there. Tickets and cards and smashed phone screen and things like that. Come back with me.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen people.
Funny things.
Yeah, I have seen people who store this and make scrapbooks out of their travel bits. But yeah, smashed phone screen was a new one for me.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they're so often I don't remember this stuff either, what I'm sort of doing in that moment. Like this one is from this design festival in Barcelona. This is Seb Lester, whose talk was called Peace, Hellfire, and Tits. He's known for his British humor. This was him drawing this for me. This is Chip Kidd saying he's the Meryl Streep of book design. These are all the stickers. Yeah, details like that. This was a quote on somebody's t-shirt, which I thought was really sweet. And then there would be, meal breaks in the middle.
Mhm.
Chef who left his number and email address for me to email him a scan of this page. One of the quick lunch breaks. Little details of the people, Steve Simpson, who had an amazing diary himself and was wearing this really lovely shirt. And then I went on to London. I was working at the South Bank Centre on a mural at that time, and one of the bathrooms had this quote, which I thought was really lovely. This graffiti, I think it was the most apt graffiti. It said, please feel free to sit in here and cry until you feel ready to function again. I think I needed it at that time. This is the London weather one. And my computer had something happened to my computer in transit, so I had to go and see this place called the Mac Smiths. And this man is actually a part-time actor and a part-time Mac expert, which is quite funny, quite amazing. And these are drawings from a particular show on poetry and art at the Tate, which I love, Tate Modern. And so I'll often have this, little date and weather and time thing on these pages. So this is that. There's often these tissue papers that I wipe brushes on, or that I've just saved to wipe my brush on later. In this case, this is that. Again, a pocket full of treasures.
People who are here for the first time, tabletop doesn't stay within the 2 hour bit that I up there, because it's that 2 hours is just meant to be a sort of a general thing that you're going to have to commit that much time if you want to hang out with us that long, and we'll probably hang on longer. And yes, and if you do need to drop off, we will not think the worst of it, because yeah, I should have told you that it will go on much longer than 2 hours. But
Yes, and Peter and
I
I are
think,
night owls, and not everybody has to be.
yes. Uh, Kriti was
And please do keep putting questions in the chat box. I know that
wondering,
I'm just continuing to talk, but I'm also seeing the
if you want
chat.
to come on camera, please say so. Just do your Zoom raise hands thing, or put it in the chat, or message Kriti or me, and we can get you in to speak or to be on camera as well if you want to. That's fine. Kriti, I was wondering if you could just tell people about what went through your head when you made this.
I can't see it yet. Oh,
Is it on your screen now?
no, tell me what it is.
The simple
Can't see it
recipe
yet.
logo.
Ah, how come it's not on screen yet?
I exited it now. I'm going to try putting it on again.
By the way, everybody check out the group if you're not already on it. It's so lovely. And it was particularly life-saving, I think, last year when the lockdown happened. It was just such a source of comfort and sweetness and connection with other people at that time.
I
Yeah, which is,
logo.
yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay, great.
It's on screen now. So that is exactly what was on my mind, Peter. It's this group is all heart, especially the founding, few handfuls or scores of people that were on it in the first couple of months. In fact, when it started, so whoever is not already on the group, I think Peter started it as just a means for different people to make their way around the kitchen at a time when it was suddenly a necessity. Um, and so, it started with such innocent and such sweet, um, genuine insights. People were like, what should I buy, what are the basic essentials, or I have these appliances, what can I make, or here is this slightly overripe tori or kaddu that I happen to find at the bottom of my fridge, and do you think I can still make something with it? And people trying to teach each other how to make chapatis, by typing it out and trying to take photos. It was so cute. It was just so, yeah, the innocence of it was so heartwarming at that time. Um and so that's what was on my mind, that it was this community. It had this feeling of protection and care for each other at a time when we all needed to feel that. So yeah, which is why it's this big heart. Yeah, that's the only thing that was in my head when I was drawing this. I just knew that the group needed a big heart logo or something like a mark. So that's why I drew it.
And the style, particularly, I mean, the brushstroke, the particular style of the letters, where did that come from? Did it just felt right, or
Mhm.
was there a thought that went into those particular types of letters?
No, just felt right. I mean, just this, smooshing together of things in this design but innocent sort of way. So I also, tried to not overthink and all of the type any particular way. I just sort of um, made it as spontaneously, as I could manage, which is not always easy for me. I feel the need to keep perfecting and correcting things, but here I just felt like it had to capture that sense of spontaneity and innocence. So that was it. the letters just smooshed together. And I did think a little bit about it being bold enough to be a Facebook profile image, so that you see it as a red heart on your timeline. But when you click on it and go to the page, you see the letters. So that sort of thought.
This, by the way, was not something that I had asked for. Kriti just made it for me as a little bonus. I had actually to make me a logo for tabletop.
Table talk.
Tabletop, and I find more than one image coming in, and I find this here, and it just felt so perfect for the group. And it is the group's, banner at the moment. Um, you're now seeing your computer screen again, right? Your phone screen.
Yes, I'm seeing the diary screen. Yes.
Let me.
Should we take some more questions? Let's make this a bit more of a conversation
Yes.
for whoever is braving
Umang
the
wanted
time and
on.
awake with us.
Umang, you're on right now. Do you want to turn on camera as well?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Hi, Umang. I remember you from
I
Tech Weekend.
yeah, that was yeah. Your sketchbook was so amazing. Like it was a treat to just join in. Last time you had some
Are you still there?
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, hey, there you
Hi,
are.
how are you?
Good to see you, Umang.
Nice
Thank
to
you for
see
all the
you.
kind words.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was so amazing.
I think the last time we were hanging out was 3 a.m. So we're doing a little bit better right now, right? I think so.
Yeah.
Peter, the last time Umang and I were chatting was at this type conference called Type Weekend. And we were having this conversation, this spontaneous conversation. It was me, Kalapi, and a few other people, right, on Discord. And if I remember correctly, we went to bed at 3:30 a.m.
Yeah, almost 4.
Not to terrify everybody else who's still here, all the other 22 people who are still here.
Yeah. Umang, you had a question. You had something that you'd like to share.
Yeah, I had a question. Like, I would also like to maintain a sketchbook, and I'm so much afraid to make it like perfect. I always end up doing things like this. Like, I always end up doing like scratching the sketchbook and not getting a perfect result. Like, it's not that good of a outcome. What should I do? Like, what do you suggest?
Yeah, I mean, don't try, like I was saying earlier, try to be, um, try to remain curious and use the process of drawing as a discovery rather than an end product. So, I know that these things are really easy to say, which is why I'm pausing in my conversation because, I mean, if I ask somebody how they sing so well, this is not the answer I want them to give me. I want them to give me some magical tricks and so that I can imitate something and just sort of get there and reproduce what I'm hearing them sing, for example.
Yeah.
But you have to the real way to really enjoy the gift of drawing is to treat it as process. Let it be something that you do for joy rather than to the pressure of making something.
Okay.
And it automatically becomes good because you're doing it so many times. And like for example, when I was speaking about becoming curious about how to draw a hand correctly, in that moment I'm focused on the hand. I'm not focused on my drawing of it, but my drawing becomes really rich because I'm focused on the hand, or whatever the subject is. So, and I mean, it's automatic. When you have joy in something, you will do it a million times without realizing you've done it a million times, right? So, and when you do something a million times, I think it was Henri Cartier-Bresson who said that you make your first perfect photograph after you've already made 1,000 terrible ones. So the trick is to get through the first 1,000 really fast. and the only way to do it is to have joy, so trick yourself into enjoying something, make a great playlist or go for a walk or whatever it is, and distract yourself from the worry of the doing itself, and let the doing just happen on its own. And then you can come back and and then look at it and analyze it, or mostly you don't then end up critiquing it. I don't critique my diaries for its level of skill at all. I'll always sort of have this sweetness about it because I remember the subject. So I think the trick is that.
And
just to get into a little digression on that point, it's, and it also touches on something Kriti was saying earlier about intuition. And I don't believe there is any such thing as intuition. I don't believe there's any such thing as talent.
Yes.
Yes, there are some things that make a difference. If you're 7 feet tall or thereabouts, you have a bit of an advantage in basketball. But
Yes.
be below 6 feet and still be a pretty good basketball player, as we have seen, right? But there's a whole lot of stuff that all comes into the hours that you put in.
Yeah.
The bits of where you don't want to chew your food because you'd rather get back to your sketchbook. You swallow your food and get back to it. You're putting in the hours. People talk about Sachin Tendulkar as being super talented, God, but the thing is, what my call on that is that there's no justice to the work that he put in. He was fortunate to find a good coach. Ramakant Achrekar took him on his scooter from one pitch to the next, to the next, to the next. He'd finish batting here, he'd go back there, he'd go back to the next one. And at 16 years old, he had batted more than most 20 and 25-year-olds, which is why he made the Indian team as a teenager, right? Yeah. So this just comes into the amount of time you're willing. Intuition, again, what people talk about, to just keep the cricket analogy going, and since that works for so many people, there are batsmen who say that they can see what ball the bowler is bowling before the bowler releases the ball from the run-up. And that comes from facing thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of balls, and you're no longer thinking about it. From his stance, from the way he's saying, the body language, that this guy is going to put that in short and it's going to come rising up and somewhere around your eyebrows. You can feel it already. That's intuition, but it also comes from having faced hundreds and thousands of cricket balls being hurled at you in different parts of the thing, so that now you don't have to think about it anymore. It's now intuition. If in fact you had to start thinking about it at that point, and where people talk about the loss of form in sports people, it's where they have lost that spontaneity, the feel of it, where they're not trusting themselves anymore for what they have learned.
Where they're trying to think about it, right? And you can't think at that time. It has to come from just muscle memory. Yeah. And so I have to say that, when talking to somebody who genuinely has that question, and I will talk about how I know that I'm in the learner's position as well, so I can empathize with a few other things. This idea of doing the work seems so intimidating, because it almost feels like, that if you are not doing the work, then there's somehow something that's lacking in you. But actually, the trick is, according to me, these two key things. One is focus on making it fun, so make joy and pleasure a priority. So if it's, like, for example, I often have, no longer, but early in my career as a graphic designer, especially when I just started my studio, I had such diverse projects at the same time that I would find it really difficult switching from one project to the other in my head. And so I had a different playlist for each project, so I would change the playlist. I would get up, go for a coffee, move to that song and move into that state of mind. So I was working on Smokehouse Room and a preschool at the same time, so I was working on something that was really trippy and weird, and simultaneously on something that was meant for little children. And so, this idea of creating playlists, sometimes I'll have certain fragrances, that put me in that space. Sometimes very often I will get up and go for a walk. Definitely do not keep sitting on the chair all the time. So identify the things that make it fun for you and make them a priority. I think we also grow up in this sort of almost believing that we need to be joyless to work, but that's not true. You actually need to make your pleasure a priority and be in that state of pleasure while you're doing that thing. And the second thing is habit. um, you know uh, Repeating something over and over is much easier when you anchor it to something else that you do often. Like for me, going into the studio is that ritual. When I step into that space, I step into that frame of mind. Or a particular time of day might do it for some people. So try and create something that becomes a regular thing, or find a friend to do it with. If you're learning a new instrument or exercising or whatever, find somebody that you do it with. Or set yourself a challenge. Like you often say this for a marathon. Like if you sign up for a marathon, you're going to practice in order to do it, right? So find some of these ways to kind of trick yourself into a regular routine. um, and I was saying I empathize because I also know that there are certain things that I am so intimidated by that I feel afraid to do them myself. And the two on the top of my list is playing guitar and writing. um, and I write all the time, and you and I have had a bit of this conversation, Peter. But I feel like our tastes evolve so much faster than our skills sometimes, that uh, like I almost pick up the guitar and I know I suck, and so I'm even afraid to learn the first chord. I no longer have that sense of playful abandon about it, which I find so easy to bring to drawings or even to languages for that matter. I can go to a different country and start speaking their words like nobody else understands what I'm saying, like a complete idiot, and learn it, therefore. But for some reason, there are some things that I get so intimidated by. So I totally relate to, the fact that um, people have that. I mean, I also actually have that with design and illustration. I'm constantly intimidated because I feel like my tastes or my expectations are so much higher than what I'm able to do. I am completely amazed that my mother is awake.
Yeah.
How are you awake, Mama? I've been seeing your comments. And how are you awake? No pressure. Don't put on your camera. It's okay. I know it's totally dark there.
Yeah,
Hi.
I can put the lights on.
No, don't worry about it. It's okay,
Yeah.
Mom. Hello.
Hi. I just stuck on. I thought I'll be brave enough for 10 o'clock, but then it just went on, and I got carried in and carried on. So
I'm so sorry. It's just that if Kriti and I get together, we can talk a lot.
you people are night birds, no? I'm dead by 10 and I get up at 5. So, and she knows what this means. This hour, I'm usually not sane by about 9:30.
But this
So
is a good opportunity to tell you guys about something that I've been almost tricking my mom into doing, which is I've been getting her to start writing food memories from Khan Market, from the family. So things that I was saying that I kind of heard little bits and pieces of from my mom or from other people in the family growing up. So I've been getting her to. I think now you've done 4 chapters so far,
yeah, the 5th one's going.
and they're really lovely. I'll send them to you, Peter.
Yes, yes, I am rubbing my hands together because I see another guest for a future show.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Hmm.
And she's been writing about there's a chapter on pickles, and she's been writing about the Khan Market ritual of, I think there were 14 people in the family in that little Khan Market
18,
house.
18.
Yeah, 18 people and several generations. So she's been writing about how different people would walk past when the saag was being made, uh, the spinach and methi saag, that different people would walk past and churn it. So it was almost like the family was collaborating in churning that saag together till it was finally cooked. Um, and it's a very interesting side of my mom for me, because I've usually heard her, like the scientist teacher mom, giving me very strict instructions for things. So getting her to, write her childhood is a sort of nostalgia is quite sweet.
There was a question about experiences when you were drawing on the spot. Have they ever? This is from Mahiti, who asked, have there ever been unpleasant experiences when you draw on the spot, and how do you handle those? And I'll add a little bit to that, which is you had said that drawing your diaries, they're very private, they're your space. I know that I can't handle people watching me when I'm working, when I'm making art. I can't handle people looking at me when I edit or when I'm writing, or even, and I'm by no means someone who expresses themselves artistically in the kitchen, but I don't like being watched when I cook.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with that one? And then have you had bad experiences when you were doing this?
May I pitch in here?
Please.
Yes.
Yeah. Kriti is completely lost to the world outside when she's drawing. Absolutely. I mean, she doesn't know if there are 50 people watching her draw. She's in her own space, and it doesn't matter to her at all. She doesn't hear, listen, anything. So there is no unpleasantness in anything, even in the process of drawing or whatever she's doing. And I've seen it as a child. I mean, she can be with lots and lots of people and have fun, and she can be by herself, completely comfortable.
This is coming from the person who had to keep patting my cheek to chew. So you know that this is true. Yes. Peter, this is such an amazing moment that you've created. I'm totally not used to my mother chipping in and, um, corroborating my drawing stories. But it's true. I do make full use of that slightly weird artist impression or image that people tend to hold. Um, you know, and I tend to be quite whimsical or quiet or blocked uh, to the world around me when I want to. I'm not. People see me like that, I think. They might think that I'm isolating in one corner by myself, but actually I'm totally paying attention and listening to everything and experiencing everything deeper. Um, but if I'm in a situation that I don't want to engage with at that time. I don't remember an unpleasant situation right now, but and so maybe there hasn't been. But if there are times that I don't want to engage with other people. If I'm in a social gathering or just kind of want to avoid the general conversation and hide in my diary almost, I'm able to do that. So I'll almost sort of block myself and pretend I'm not paying attention to other people. But when I'm backpacking, I don't feel that sense of privacy in such a hard way with my drawings. In fact, like I was saying, I feel that conversations with strangers in unlikely places are the most honest and the most refreshing because there's no baggage and there's no expectation. So, and I do invite that almost. I really enjoy that. These spontaneous conversations that end up having because somebody's speaking into a diary or drawing or saying something about it. I don't have to have a longer relationship with that person or carry on the conversation if I don't want to. So that sense of freedom is really nice. And there have just been so many magical, so many wonderful experiences that I can't think of anything bad having happened. um, in general, I mean, that's usually the question that people have about backpacking as a single woman anyway. But, I've grown up in Delhi. I have these very solid impulses and instincts. So I'm pretty good at defending myself and taking care of awkward situations, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so not really while drawing. I can't think of anything like that.
It's an awful world where we look at that kind of thing as a necessary skill. But
I know.
we
Yeah,
shouldn't have to give a damn about. I mean, Delhi shouldn't be equipping you for nastiness, if you know what I mean.
that is totally true, but it is a superpower. Yeah, I know it's totally true. Unfortunately, it's a superpower. I mean, and also we grew up in the times of red line buses, so you have an instinct to use your elbows and knees where necessary. Uh, I mean, you wish you didn't, but you do. So it brings you a certain boldness when traveling abroad alone. I think you just know you can take care of yourself.
Mm. Shreya had asked about your favorite lettering tools. Shreya notes, your work really inspires me. What are some of your favorite lettering tools? Shreya, go ahead.
Ah, I clearly have no favorites. If I were to show you around the studio, Peter, could you spotlight that other
Yeah,
camera?
just a second. Yep.
Yeah. It's messy, but if you look at the uh, hoarding that I tend to do, um, I collect materials from everywhere that I travel. I tend to go to stationery shops everywhere. And this is, by the way, just, home studio that's temporarily been put together. It's not full studio. So to answer your question more directly, um, there's no specific lettering tools. If you can see this mug has a lot of calligraphy tools in it. Um, but I definitely don't have any favorite tools, specifically favorite lettering tools. I'm just loosely going to go over this space as we're talking. This is painting supplies, bunch of cameras, my dad's picture, inks, bits and pieces I collect from different parts of the world, toys that I love collecting, design objects, a million sketchbooks, a lot of creatures, a lot of animal figurines and things like that, pencils and stuff like that, the eye bottles, and of course all the books. So there's no favorite tools. Having favorite tools would be like having favorite children. I tend to draw with anything that I can lay my hands on at the moment. While traveling, while backpacking, particularly, there is the limitation of not being able to carry this entire bundle of things with me. So I often have um, these fine point pens. Um, I'm just trying to find one to show you. Um, this was the calligraphy one. Um, these, right? And these are just fine point micron pens. Um, and as you can see in this drawing itself, I've just used the same pen to make thick and thin lines. So I'm not really, carrying calligraphy supplies as such. I'm just drawing. So lettering in its technical terms is just any, letters. This is all drawn, by the way, with, these thin pens where I've just doubled uh, the lines. So it's really whatever happens to be on hand. Again, not a perfect answer to your question, but yeah. So I mean, these are just. This is, for example, just a gold pen layered with a brush pen, I think, or just a fine point marker. You can see this is thick and thin lines just created with the pen. Sometimes I do carry brush pens. So this is with a brush pen. And since I'm saying all these things, let me see if I can draw something for you and show you. So you see that I just sort of double up this line. And in fact, I do use my travels to different countries as a sort of a gathering of influences, of styles of lettering. So I allow myself to copy almost the different styles of lettering that I'm seeing in that place. So even though I do tend to use this cursive sort of style often, I'll also, often use this slightly art deco like sans serif. It's always hard to draw while live on camera, but so that you get a sense of how this pans out. So you can see that it's really sort of, quick, not really thinking too much about form or composition, just sort of going at it and building up the kind of composition as it goes along.
Also looked this up. There was a photographer, uh, Chase Jarvis, who's asked about the best camera, and he said the best camera is the one that's with you.
Yes, exactly. So somebody also asked, Manupriya, what kind of watercolors do you use? I will show you my go-to set, which is not ideal. It's a Winsor & Newton little pocket watercolor set. I mean, I shouldn't say it's not ideal. I do not mean to disrespect you, watercolors. They have been my faithful companions. But it has a slightly awkward, like it's a too bright green, so I often have to mix that with the ochre to make it a more natural green. And I've often thought about, so I have sometimes also assembled my own sets from pans that you can buy separately, in this mint tin, which I can't locate at the moment. But I've always just returned to this set. I've just grown very used to it. So I think it's just whatever you get used to. So this Winsor & Newton, I think this is called a travel set, in fact, is my go-to while traveling. And like I was saying, I've become really accustomed to, see, it's almost the width of the diaries. So I've grown very accustomed to just sort of holding it like this, and painting while I'm walking. So it's quite convenient. It's small. I don't use this brush that comes with it. I tend to use my water brush. But the set that I use for project work is this Pelican gouache set, actually. And gouache is more opaque than watercolor, but you can sort of water it down. So this is a nice set to buy. I would recommend it. Thanks, Manupriya. And speaking of the stationery, you must store it horizontal, and you must have it uh, on display where you can see it all the time. I do highly recommend that. So also, in fact, speaking to Umang's question, if you have the stationery hidden away in drawers, you are unlikely to use it. So always have your supplies sort of around you. And at least to me, it's a great source of pleasure. So I'm so much more likely to, step into this almost like a magical space full of supplies and pick something up and start drawing with it. So and pens do last longer, especially markers, etc., if they are stored horizontally. So this is a good way of sort of keeping them. Yeah. This is, by the way, where I stored my pens is just like a repurposed kitchen shelving unit. I think it's a masala cabinet. And I've just put some of these, like I've recycled tins, etc., and put them, sort of stuck them in. It's not some fancy IKEA thing.
Have
The
you
brand of gouache paints is Pelikan, Pelikan.
have you ever bought stationery or art equipment that you don't use, that you haven't used yet?
No. I mean, there are definitely things I haven't used very often, but I always buy them like toys. And again, it comes from, childhood fantasy. Like it's really Disneyland. So, every new, like while we're talking, in front of me is this, look at this pencil. This is, multiple colors. So when you draw with it, you don't know what color you're going to get, off the line. It keeps mixing up. So it's just, I find that so fun to explore what it can do. And I often quote Ken Robinson, who's an education expert. He says the difference between children and adults is that when adults encounter something new, they say, "What is it?" and then they stop. Whereas when children encounter something new, they say, "What is it? What can I do with it?" And I'm like that with stationery. Like I'll just pick up something and say, "What can I do with it?" And that's so exciting.
I've often found myself buying stuff and just, from the desire of wanting it and then not using them. And
Yeah.
I have this.
I don't care about that. I mean, I don't put that sort of pressure on me. I know that, a lot of people have that pressure about notebooks, for example, that you just sort of buy these nice sketchbooks and then you haven't used them. But that's okay. I think that they just sort of, they're characters that reappear in my life when they need to. And, I give them love while they're around. It's very Enid Blyton of me, isn't it? Like I really talk to my pencils and pens like they're people. And sometimes make tools, right? So these are made with tins, for example. These are calligraphy pens made with tins. So anything is a tool, you can just pick up anything and start drawing with it. Yeah, fun things. This is a chalk holder.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can open it and
Yeah.
put different chalk inside it. Yeah.
Okay.
I've been drawing a lot with highlighters of late, which are really cool calligraphy pens almost, really.
They are amazing. Like I also do tend to copy his style. That um, Wayne Thompson workshop was so amazing. Like from that day, like
Yes.
using brush pen has like opened a new dimension to. That was so
Yeah, and he
amazing
uses
too.
some of these neon brush pens, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was such a thing as a brush pen till I was trying out one of these online drawing apps that had a tool called the brush pen. And I was like, oh, wait, now I need to look this up. And I haven't got myself any yet, but yeah.
I have to send you some, Peter.
And I noticed your
These are brush pens.
the brush you use for your watercolors was something that I noticed when I was looking up the brush pen thing, that you had this watercolor brush that you could fill up with water. And I was like, whoa, now that's an interesting thought.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I first discovered those water pens, they call water pens, while traveling in Paris. And I think I was couch surfing with these animation students in Paris. I think that was when I first discovered these water pens. And at that time, they were only available in some shops in Europe. And so, whenever I would travel, I would sort of save up the money to buy myself a big set of brush pens and come back. Now, of course, they're available on Amazon, so it's quite easy. They're Pentel brush pens for anybody who wants to know. They're the best ones. But those are the ones that you can fill with water, and brush pens. So those are water brushes. Brush pens are pens, like this one that I'm holding right now, that has ink in it and has a brush tip. So there are many different types of them that you can buy, and there's a very simple technique that you can learn to be able to draw this kind of lettering with them. It's quite simple, really. It's just about pressing harder, to get the thicker strokes, and pressing lighter, not pressing really, to get the thinner strokes. So you get this nice flow. And they come in all sorts of, how firm or soft they are. So you get different effects. You can layer them. Some of them, these are water-based inks. So you can sort of create this color layering that Umang was just talking about. Wayne Thompson's workshop. He does this quite a lot.
You're sort of 5% less intimidating when I saw the brush pen, because now my mental visual for Kriti doing watercolors while walking was, okay, she was carrying a palette, a pad, a jug of, some little bottle of water and a brush, and doing this all together. So there's one less item. She's not, doesn't need to carry the water jug. So it's like slightly less intimidating when you look at it.
Yes, yes, for sure. It's so much easier than that. I don't know where the water brushes are right now, or I would show you, but that's okay. I mean, you can imagine.
Yes. No, I have looked them up since. I mean, I looked them up when I found that other stuff. But yeah, the brush.
I
pen.
don't have the Pentel ones, but see, I have this one. Actually, does this have bleach in it? It could. I'm not sure what it does. But so it's like this, really. And you can squeeze the tip, especially onto a piece of tissue paper, to wipe it clean of the previous color, and then just use the next color and go for it. And then you kind of slightly squeeze it, it becomes more liquid. The water that's coming out of it. So you get the hang of it really fast. And once you get the hang of it, I'm holding the diary like this with my watercolor set, and I'm just sort of going at it there. And sometimes I'm also sort of holding a piece of tissue right here, so I'm wiping it. Sometimes I'm wiping it on my skirt, and and just changing color and painting. So it's so easy to do it with just one hand holding the book and the other hand drawing, and ignoring everything else that's happening around me.
I was thinking back to what the question that had come in about about having unpleasant experiences, and I think that the idea of, I mean, I have had directly and indirectly unpleasant experiences with photography. Photography somehow feels more intrusive. I've had people trying, working with someone who was taking sneaky shots of people, and those people were upset about it. And I understood why they were upset. I was trying to tell this guy not to take those photographs because he should ask permission. But somehow the drawing part of it is sort of an indication that for you, I mean, this is just me backward rationalizing it, that for what the perception of the person sitting there and drawing, or standing and drawing or painting, is that they're immersing themselves in your part of the world at that point. And they pay you the favor, the honor of giving you that much more attention, rather than that click and then pass on and go see something else.
That's true, actually. I haven't really felt awkward or intrusive drawing people's portraits, for example, and I haven't felt that energy from them. I've almost felt a sense of magic, almost that, oh, we were just chatting and suddenly this drawing got produced of me, which is, so there's a sweetness, it's almost like a gift of that moment together, which is so much, I suppose you're right, that's so much less intrusive than taking somebody's photo and therefore sort of asking permission, maybe. Yeah, and often people would put down their, like I was showing that, that page with the chef putting down his number and email address, because they'd be like, would you send this to me? And back in the day, in the early days of Facebook, it would be such a common question to be like, can I friend you on Facebook? Are you on Facebook? And sometimes there would be people who weren't on Facebook themselves, and they would say, are you on Facebook? Like, you would be on a bus in some strange town in southern France, and people were like, are you on Facebook? Yeah, and so many travel memories are linked to what was happening culturally at that time. Like that one trip to France when Slumdog Millionaire had just come out, and so many people would be like, "Ah, you're from India, Slumdog Millionaire." So there would always be this sort of, you know, conversation or context about who you are, where you're from.
Mhm. So, the office will
I also,
continue. Those of you who are watching, if you would like to come on camera, or if you even just want to talk, just let us know. You can be only on microphone if you prefer that. I'll just simply give you permission to speak with, with Zoom.
Or if you have requests, I
Yeah.
have all my diaries here. So since you're awake at this time.
Hmm. Yeah, there has to be reward for you staying here. It's what? Uh, an hour and 10 minutes over the time that we said we would be chatting. So, yeah.
Kriti, like,
Yeah.
while you are traveling and just drawing things and not capturing it by camera and phone and like passing out, don't you have FOMO of missing out things? Like, that would be so good. Like, there are so many things to like see and
Yeah,
don't you think like
I
that?
do. But you know what? When you're drawing, you know that you have only that much time, right, to capture something. And so you tend to, it's a good question actually. Like now when I'm thinking about it, I think that I tend to just straight away get to the point of, what feels most important to me at that moment and give myself to it. So like that morning when I stepped out of my hostel and saw the Duomo and its beautiful morning light, and I had just read about how the architecture, the surface of the Duomo was criticized at that time for almost looking like pajamas because it was striped. And that was the thought in my head. And so it's almost like I'm choosing to give myself to that thought and that image of the Duomo at this time, and not worry about anything else. So in that way, it's like meditation that Peter mentioned. You know, it's a cliche that is often repeated. When you're in flow, it's like meditation, but it really is so. You have to do that thing at the speed of that thing. You need to slow down in order to practice in order to practice a piece of craft. So, and that brings you into the moment, right? And that moment, just I think FOMO and being in the moment can't coexist. So it's therapeutic.
Also there's something else, when I see people nowadays in places, whenever I've traveled, I don't use a smartphone. So carrying a camera with me is a conscious act. I have a larger camera that I need to carry around with me. And I have to have a camera bag with me, and I have to make sure I've got my camera charged and things like that. But the thing of, I see people actually missing out on the moment a hell of a lot more because they're so busy taking photographs. Where are you in the world, Umang? Which part of the world are you in?
I'm in Vadodara.
Okay.
Gujarat.
Do you know about the Kalagoda Arts Festival in Bombay?
Yeah.
So the Kalagoda Arts Festival has a bunch of large installations every year, right? The entire street is blocked off and they're very large pieces of art, not gallery size, they're much bigger. And what I have seen there in the last 5 or 6 years, the difference I've seen now, I've been going to the festival since, maybe 2005 or so. And what I would see in those things there is the difference that I've seen is that people are so busy taking pictures of themselves with the art, right? That they're not
Yeah.
experiencing the art directly. And to sort of make that even more complex, a lot of the artists have obviously noticed that themselves, and the art is sort of designed for people to take pictures of it with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So then
Even
actually my
even
viewpoint then becomes a bit outdated because I'm like saying, you guys just bugger off from here because I want to see this piece of art and you're all blocking it with your taking selfies. But they're perhaps experiencing it the way the artist has intended them to experience it. So my view is in fact outdated. Yeah.
even at our college fest, like we have some sort of like selfie corners and something like that to like attract people over there and just take a moment with them.
Yeah, because it's become performative, right? I mean, now that you have social media to take photos for, the experience is, then you're making something. So one of the concerns that I had when I started to more regularly share my drawings on social media, my diaries on social media, for example, especially while I was traveling, is that I felt like social media invaded my space. You know, when I had started to backpack, I would travel without phone connection, and because it wasn't yet affordable or easy to buy SIM cards abroad, and so I would drop off the face of the earth for a month when I was away. You know, um, and I would only get Skype or email connection very occasionally at hostel shared computers or at couch surfing hosts houses, etc. And the interesting thing, actually my favorite thing, which I sorely miss actually, is that in order to when you went to a new town or a city, you had to almost memorize or draw a little drawing of the map to get to the city center from the airport.
Yeah.
And at the city center, you had to look for the tourist office and buy a map. And once you bought the map, you could use the public transport and get a sense of distance. So you were seeing a railway map or a bus map, for example, but you didn't know how far away the points were, right? So when you traveled from one point to the other and checked it on the map, you knew how big the map was, right?
Yes.
And this whole time, you were trying to not be discreet. You were trying to be discreet, because if you were spotted as a tourist, you'd get mugged, right? So you would like fold up the map very carefully, hide it inside your notebook secretly, take a glimpse at it, maybe find a cafe and draw a little section into your diary, so you could look at your diary and not your map. So like the tiny diaries were often that, these tiny diaries would have like little maps or instructions in them. Sometimes even thinner, passport size notebooks. Um, and that would bring you so much into, a sense of place. Um, and those paper maps were so fantastic. I mean, I really miss that. I like the convenience of Google Maps, but I really miss the, that feeling of the paper maps. And so when I started to share, and so, the earliest diaries were just drawn for as a friend. The diary was my friend and a sacred safe space, and it was not meant for public consumption. um, Later, when I started to share them after the fact, and then when a few times I shared them during my travels, I became very concerned with the fact that I would become performative, that I would draw something to show other people. And
Yeah.
and I felt like it totally violated my space. So I sort of stopped. It was fun. I mean, it is fun. Sometimes I still kind of do it. Like I would take a picture of my drawing in front of that object or that place and post that, as, hey, here I am. But I don't, I mean, I've sort of to some extent become very careful about not drawing it for that spirit, you know I choose to share some things after I've drawn them, but I'm very, very, very careful that I'm not drawing them to show them to somebody. Uh, I mean, more than anything else, it's very selfish. I don't want that also to become work. When I'm in Illustrator, I'm anyway drawing for other people. So I don't want
Yeah.
that also to become work for me, because then I will worry about or think about what other people want to see or not. And I don't want that.
This happens very often with me. Like I end up drawing things for like how it will look good on stories and something like that on Instagram. Yeah, I
Yeah,
totally
exactly,
understand.
right? I mean, it just creeps into your sense of the uh sorry, I'm trying to find the list of participants, attendees, so
If
that I can draw
should see.
them. So I'm slightly distracted,
Hmm.
but you guys should continue the conversation. Somebody suggested I should draw names, right? So
Yes, that was Ojaswini who requested that. Aman, I did a bit of travel writing, in the 2000s. I wrote for a magazine and traveled a bit from there. And some of my earlier travels as well in the 90s, bits and pieces of that. I didn't have maps the way that people now are used to maps. I had a Lonely Planet. I would try and get guidebooks for places. And what Kriti was saying is that you don't want to be spotted as a tourist. Of course, everybody knows you're a bloody tourist. They can make that out. But
Yes.
you're trying very hard not to look too much like a tourist, right? So
Yeah.
you actually sit there with the maps and make little sketches and figure these out, paper maps, make my own maps of areas, write down landmarks I need to follow. And I like to go to the smaller kinds of places so there wouldn't be a lot of more of trouble. Mostly places you could just walk around in. And uh, good old maps of India was there, which would get me maps of cities towns that I'd never been in before, which you could get for free. Maps of India. I don't think anyone even looks at it now because you have maps on your phone all the time. But
Yeah.
that you could go and find these places, and it also led to me just being hugely interested in the kinds of maps that are not. See, any map is a representation. It is not a photograph. It is you're taking decisions while making a map on what goes into it and what doesn't, what level of detail, what features get named, all of that. So that's an interesting set of studies which led me into also being very interested in the kind of maps that I used to illustrate with, the location of books, or the kind you'd see in, say, a Lord of the Rings, or the way that
Yes.
not be these lines, right? There's so much more. Every cartographer is taking calls on what they show you and what they don't.
Yeah, and the whole thing about how maps are political, right? And a matter of opinion, much like how history is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. What is that map meant for? A classic uh, thing of map and design meeting in a different kind of way was what has become a world standard. The way the London Underground looked at its mapping, right? Instead of actually, how could you display where you went in this complicated maze of railway? And they decided to interpret it in a certain kind of way, which has become a standard for maps of city railroads. The different colored lines, all straight, but you still knew exactly where you were. You couldn't overlay that on a map and say that this London Underground map is an accurate depiction, but it was an accurate depiction for the traveler who's trying to find their way around. This is my connection. Here I go onto this differently colored line. I go from the red line to the blue line. I change it so and so, and that takes me elsewhere. There you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
And so much, I mean, the maps that I drew, for example, in my notebooks would be that, right? I mean, that would be the right uh, way to describe them because they were so functional, they were so much like, I mean, I will find one for you, and they would really be so much like, find this particular spot, then go straight from there and find that marker and walk 10 steps from there and find this, so they're really sort of personal, right? And sometimes I would draw them while the person at the hostel desk was describing something to me. And look at this, like this is Barcelona according to Kriti in whatever year. And it's totally not accurate, but it's the names of the different neighborhoods. And I think that this is a plan of a house that just happens to be overlaid on my map. But this is me trying to remember which neighborhood is on which side of which road. And it's like this. This is the sea. And this is Raval. This is La Ribera. This is Montjuic, the hill. So, it works. It works for me because I was living somewhere here. And then I would walk down to this point, which is why it's circled like that. And then, I knew which neighborhood was on which side when I walked. So I think they're ideas, right? Of places.
And I guess you memorize also how do you want to like follow a path or something like that. You memorize things
Yeah.
while
And you pay so much more attention, right? You are so in your senses, because you are finding your orientation in a place that is completely foreign, and trying to correlate it with something that you might have heard or seen on a map, for example. Like how far is that particular coffee shop from this circle? It looks a certain distance on the map, but I don't actually know till I walk there, and so you're really discovering with your feet, because you will walk there and then say, now I know, and now I know that I can't walk to that other place, I'll have to take the train, because I can see how far it is now. So it's that sense of place. I love the way that I quote this often as well. I love the way that Pico Iyer talks about um, the joy of a new place. I am not being able to recall the name of that essay right now, but there's one particular essay where he talks about um, how landing in a completely foreign place for the first time is full of emotion and memory, like many other firsts in life. Like your first kiss or the first experience of anything, because you're so sort of, sorry, I dropped my phone. You're so out of your skin, you're in a completely new place, and you're trying to find your way around it. So I think, yeah, maps are also filled with that energy of new places.
Mhm. While you're doing the letters, your mum has said that she will tell us about the experience of traveling with and without Kriti.
My mom, by the way, is the world's most badass traveler on a wheelchair. I mean, even if she was not on a wheelchair, she is the most adventurous person ever. And it's partly annoying because suddenly she'll be like, I'm also going there, and she travels abroad more than any of us, on her wheelchair. And she has this talent of being able to bully airport staff into compliance. But yeah, I will stop speaking for her. Mama, you should speak.
I've traveled with Kriti and without. Traveling with Kriti, I'll just tell you one incident. She sort of does a lot of research about a particular kind of pen that she wants in a particular lane in a particular locality, and she will make me go on cobblestones all across the city.
Paris.
That was Paris, downtown, I don't know where. And suddenly it opens up into a small shop where she gets exactly what she wanted. And the mother and daughter there are so happy that there's someone. I mean, they completely enjoyed the enjoyment that Kriti was going through. That's one incident. And the second one is exactly what she was saying about her maps. 2 years ago, I was in Rome for a conference, and after the day was over, then she planned out. Okay, this particular day you can go to this particular place, and she knew. Okay, we didn't have Wi-Fi all throughout. We would have it only in the Airbnb. We meaning I was with two of my PhD students. And this girl would tell us exactly now 10 steps from here, do this, then 10, then go left, and this. And then you reach a gelato shop where you must have the gelato only from there. The details were amazing. I mean, they would be exactly 10 steps into a lane. And I wondered and wondered. I mean, that she was around, like it was something like that. So that's
Ma, you
where
remember?
so that's where
Remember
the
Maldives?
Yeah.
Not Maldives. You
No.
remember Kuala Lumpur?
Kuala Lumpur. God.
Yeah, when we were racing your wheelchair in the rain. My mom is also the most fun to travel with, by the way. She will indulge, like she'll get cranky at me sometimes. Like that trip in Paris when her wheelchair wouldn't fit into the elevator of our Airbnb, and it was such a, we had to get so creative to figure out how to get her up and down
Yeah.
on that first floor. But that time in Kuala Lumpur, I was, we were moving her in and out of taxis like I don't know, all the time. And she was being such a sport. And it was rainy, and
Really.
I was racing her wheelchair on the streets, and she was like this child, She's like, "What are you doing?" And this is such an adventure. I think, in fact, we were on our way to that China market, right? With the
We
different
just,
teas and
yeah, we had tea
yeah,
there, and then we were so cold.
yeah, yeah.
So it's been, I mean, there are two sides to it. There's one side of her where she explores, investigates, knows exactly where to go, and reaches there for a particular thing, and she finds it there. And the second side of it is, you know, going with the camera that God has given you, the two eyes, which I prefer. I don't like to have the cell phone or the camera in front of me. I just want to absorb everything that's around me. Maybe I'm 66 years old, and I have a white hair, and I can use my phone camera. I can use cameras, but I prefer to absorb. So there are two sides of her. One is a well researched stuff, and the second one is an explorative stuff. There are two different sides to her, together in one person. That's all.
Thanks, Ma.
So I'm getting a couple of ambitions fulfilled right now. I was like, I wonder how Kriti would interpret a conversation that I happen to be presenting, and I'm actually seeing it happen while we're going along, though it's not my session in that sense. But yeah, uh, just lovely to be able to see the art actually happening in front of one. Uh, okay, there's a question from Bhanavi.
Manvi, hi.
Okay, who asks, yeah, it's always a delight to live vicariously through Kriti's sketchbooks. Usually I'm the one bitten by the shy bug, but Kriti instills so much courage in me. Okay, we're going to put you on camera to say all that stuff yourself. I'm glad that you did. And in the meantime, while I'm just getting you into the panel, uh, there was a question a bit earlier from Manupriya, who asked two things. One is, what would you say about travel, and what kind of inspiration does it bring to you as a designer? And just before that, uh, asked also if uh, would it be possible to see the Calcutta watercolors, if that's possible, and could you also share how your experience was in Japan? I remember your post during that trip. What sort of inspiration were you able to pick up? So it's a specific request for Calcutta and Japan, and asking you about travel and how it inspires you as a designer.
This is Calcutta. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yep.
Just had to switch to my computer's audio.
Yep.
So this is Calcutta. I think one of the Calcutta diaries. There were a couple. Um, I was drawing that. There's a map. This is actually Sri Lanka. I think I didn't draw much in Sri Lanka. This is Ma. This is all Sri Lanka. The beginning of this diary. Ma, you remember this trip, right? So this is a drawing with a few people, and Shivjeet particularly was one of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And still on Sri Lanka, this was a beautiful moment. I actually painted this in the dark, and I just want to talk about this since I've opened this page. Mama and I had taken a car and a driver to drive us to the airport from a town, I think from Kandy. And the airport was a few hours away. I think it was about 2.5 hours away. And we had a whole night in front of us. And we didn't have a plan for where we would stop. And so the driver, who was a local, said that he knew some of his friends were working on a rubber plantation, and that he could park his car there so we could get some rest. I think we were early. I think we had some time, and so he said, let's stop and get some rest.
And my mom had she of course had apprehensions about what is this stranger and what is this strange place. And for some reason, I just felt like it's fine, let's do this. And so we drive into the middle of this rubber plantation. It's been raining, so it's dripping. And rubber plantations, it's this huge, there are these huge trees around us. And we sort of drive in, and we drive into this clearing in that forest. And the driver leaves the car and goes to join his friends who are sleeping in the semi-constructed building to just take an hour's nap, I think. And the moment that I put the lights out in the car and settled mama in, I kind of moved her chair back, etc., so she could also rest. And the moment I put the lights off, the forest was filled with fireflies. And it was millions and millions of fireflies. They were like, it was like being in the middle of the Milky Way. And so in the semi dark, I had to, draw this moment when I'm surrounded by these fireflies around me. So you can read it very clearly, I think, but it says fireflies and crickets in the middle of the night in a rain dripping dense rubber plantation. So yeah, this was the most magical thing that happened. There's little bits of Dehradun. I had forgotten I made this painting. Shaheen Bagh, Rugby Manor, something or the other. And then there's Calcutta, since somebody asked for it. So I was drawing these diaries for, I had sort of, they were semi-commissioned by a friend, Kritika, who was working on a festival that was to happen, a festival conference that was to happen in Calcutta. And so they wanted to use some of my drawings, as prints on different materials for that festival. So some of it is a little bit, deliberate, like some of the quotes, etc. But a lot of it is just me being my diary self, of course. So this is the Tonga around Victoria Memorial. These are names of people that I was meeting, which happens very often. I forget names otherwise, so I tend to draw them nicely, and then I remember them. This is of course Princep Memorial. Let me hold my phone a bit higher so you can see this. um, Names, numbers of people. Tollygunge Club. Just quick bad drawing. Somebody playing golf at the club.
Keep showing stuff for a few minutes. I just need to step out to get myself some water and be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay. And we're doing Japan after Calcutta, right? So you have some time. This is me trying to copy Rabindranath Tagore's handwriting in Bangla. So even though I can't write the Bangla script, I found his handwriting really fascinating. And so I was trying to sort of imitate it from subtext that I discovered somewhere. This was during a walk across North Calcutta with Iftikhar, who runs Calcutta Walks, which I highly, highly recommend. Most amazing talk, the most amazing walk, in fact. This is me trying to imitate the Bangla script while writing English. And things that Calcutta people say very often. So sharir kharap lakshe. This is carom board on the roadside. This is Shobha Bazar Rajbari. So this was just before the Durga Puja, I think. And Iftikhar was on a fast, so it says, while Iftikhar waits for iftar rather impatiently. And so because I was painting, he said, I'm just being patient for you to finish. This is Chelo Kebabs at Peter Katz. Jhalmuri stall. Different shapes of Shandesh, which I love. Kesar chai. Yeah, like I was saying, I make a fool of myself imitating languages, and I do enjoy Bangla quite a lot because I learned quite a bit of it at NID, and so I was just saying random phrases, so, and also therefore drawing them. So tram theke fan kaj korbe na. I don't even know if that's technically correct Bengali, but so more food, more painting, drawing with food. This is actually bits of my Bapailush. Um, some notes from Belur Math. Yeah, and there's a bigger sketchbook somewhere as well, that has some paintings of Mother Teresa's home and of the cemetery, which I think was my favorite part. The Park Street Cemetery was my favorite part of the Calcutta trip. And let me pull out the Japan diary for you. Like I said, the Japan diary was. Can you still hear me? Sorry, I forgot that I wasn't on the phones anymore. So the Japan diary got.
Yeah, we can.
Thanks. So this got um, dipped in coffee, right? So I think I kind of semi stopped drawing further in it or something like that because it was wet throughout my trip then. But so I went to Japan in 2016, essentially for to attend type camp in Japan, which is a 10-day camp. But of course, I stayed there for I think 3 weeks. Um, yeah, so like I said, thank you is the first word. Arigato gozaimasu means thank you very much in Japanese, and everybody keeps saying it. So that's the first phrase that I learned, and of course, origami. And this is really the first few days in the different museums. Like I said, the museums or I mean, the experiences really guide the style of the diaries or the drawings. So it's all quite organic. And notes, so the we were attending this sort of class at the Morisawa type foundry. So these are just very quick notes in between the learning that we were doing. This is the type grid. So Morisawa type foundry was teaching us about Japanese scripts, and there are three major scripts, and their characteristics and their history, etc. And so it was a lot about that. The little details from the other friends I was meeting and the stories. Like, for example, I realized that night suit, only Indian people say night suit. So the fact that I called something that someone else was wearing a night suit was really funny to them. They just call it pajamas. These are different meals. This is this was an example at Morisawa of drawing faces with type. So in Japanese script. And this is I mean, I'll try and go faster. Sorry, if I go page by page it'll be forever, but this is an example of why it's so difficult translating a word in English to Japanese, because Japanese is idea based. And so the closest equivalent to my name, for example, so you could choose what you wanted your name to mean, if you wanted it to be phonetically similar to your actual name. And so the closest equivalent would be kuriti for me, which would translate to fragrant light. So that's the one that I picked, and this was translated by Atsumi, my Japanese friend. And if I were to translate the meaning of my name in Japanese, it would be sozo, which means creation, imagination. So kuriti would be written like this, and that's what I then sort of practice. So each one of us practiced our names as this weird sort of awkward transliteration, and then later did many different things with them. Okay, so meals. Oh, this is very cool. I learned that. So the that little sort of pocket that your chopsticks come in, you can use a nifty bit of origami to fold it in such a way that it becomes your chopstick rest on the table for the duration of your meal. And so I often do that while I'm out at meals with different people. So you can sort of while you're using your chopsticks, you can rest them on this so that they don't get dirty. So this is a map of not drawn by me, drawn by somebody in the village where we were staying. It was a village called Makabe in a little bit north of Tokyo. And this is a good example of what we were saying before about landmarks making the map where different things are. And Japan is so, like, again, I can talk forever about Japan for hours and hours, so I will not. But it's got this childlike innocence and sweetness about it, which is so inspiring. And the homestay that we were staying in was actually built in the style of a ryokan, which is the old Japanese wooden houses. And the old person of the house, Sakurai-san, was having this conversation with us one of the evenings. Um, and no, this is, I'm sorry, this is not that conversation. This is Sakurai-san introducing Japanese calligraphy, which is called shodo, to us. And he was saying that books come from trees and books are how knowledge is passed through generations. So now by practicing shodo here, they're putting knowledge back into the trees. So we were learning Japanese calligraphy in this in the middle of this beautiful shrine, in the middle of the forest, which was surrounded by rice fields and mountains. And Japanese calligraphy is very zen. It's a lot about the sense of place. So these are sketches for some stone carving that we did. My favorite kanji character, the character for dream, that I was trying to translate. These were some stamps that we carved. Um, this is me trying to learn numbers in the train from some kids counting it off for me. Um, yeah, it's very whimsical, this diary. This is one of, you saw Taki-chan, so this is Taki-chan's creation. He's an artist. He creates these sculptures uh, from found materials, driftwood and bits and pieces of metal, etc. And so he set up this really nice workshop for us, this space for us to have a workshop in, and he built one of these sculptures at the entrance of it. So these are the meals or dinner with the group. So large group dinners are always fantastic to draw because there's so much food and everybody's distracted and there's so much, conversation going around that there's no pressure to really make more conversation. So you can just sort of quietly draw your thing. And of course, I've labeled all the different foods that we were eating. There was a lot of singing during this meal, and gosh, so umami. Japanese beer, that's Taki-chan. This was the night we went to this izakaya, which is these small bars. These are these stamps. So, okay, I will skip through the rest of this. This is Ghibli Museum, Ghibli. So the thing that I say the most about Japan is that, that when I was talking about Picoyer describing that first moment in a new place, and that is my favorite thing about a new place, like going to a foreign place and not knowing anything about it and everything being a sense of discovery. And typically that lasts for about 2 or 3 days. And, then you have a sense of place and you have some things that you've learned or cooked or eaten. And, then you are sort of more in the place. You don't have that, crazy sense of wonder or newness anymore. But with Japan, it never goes away. It's you constantly feel like this crazy sense of discovery and uh, everything, the supermarkets, every street, every house, every food, every experience is new, and it's deliberately so. Japan is this yeah, that's all I'm going to say about it. You have to go there.
There's a question in a different tangent from Mahiti, who asks, have you ever considered working on a graphic novel? And have you collaborated on any books? I do know the answer to some of that, but I'll leave you to the graphic novel part fascinates me. And yeah, would you go with that?
um for some reason comics have not been my thing. I wondered about it as well, but for some reason I find words very powerful by themselves, and I don't gravitate towards. I don't have a specific answer to this, but I just tend to not gravitate towards. Um, Interestingly, there are also. I mean, I like reading graphic novels, but I'm not crazy about them as much as I am about the written word in its pure form and art in its pure form. I don't. I have very specific tastes or preferences in graphic novels that I will like or not like, because I feel like if I'm reading something, I want the image to be formed. I want the freedom to form my own version of that image in my head. I don't want you to also show me with pictures. I want you to show me with words. um, and so I've not gravitated towards creating a graphic novel, or even a comic strip for that matter. I'm in awe of people who do. I love them, but I've myself not gone there.
You know,
um,
storytelling beyond, I mean, doesn't necessarily be the comic format, but
yeah.
uh, like uh, Pratham Books has this set of, the whole story weaver platform, which is creating books for kids and all that. And one of the things that they've been doing more recently is the stories without words, pure
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah.
So, in the sense, taking the story format only in that it's a narration in sequence, from that point of view, have you considered getting there?
Yes. And it's so like children's books have been a dream that I do hope to get to at some point. And it's one of those things that I'm intimidated by, um, and seem to always keep postponing, you know, starting on. But it is something that I hope to do before I die. And my benchmarks are really Oliver Jeffers books, and several others also, actually, which are extremely visual and very little narration that only supports the visual. And there's so much more than the visual. So the visual is not really showing you everything. It's really only, in fact, even the narration, like in the best of Oliver Jeffers books, even though they're meant for children, they're actually so much deeper than what is being shown to you. Like The Heart in the Bottle is all about the girl's father not being there anymore, but it's implied. It's not sort of literally shown to you. And yeah, so I do hope to make my way to that at some point. Yes. Have I worked on book covers? Yes. Recently, this is a teaser. I have worked recently on typesetting a very interesting cookbook that will be out soon. And yeah, I do want to work on more food books for sure. So again, Salt, Fat, Acid, Eat, Wendy McNaughton, I have always wanted to do that. And it's one of those artist things. It's like, when Elizabeth Gilbert talks about the genius, like if it doesn't find you at your desk, it moves on to somebody else. I think the genius went to Wendy McNaughton because I wasn't making that book. It's like I've always wanted to make that book, and she got to make it first, and obviously million times better. But I do hope to make an Indian equivalent at some point. And I do have some ideas for people that I want to make that book with as well. People, kitchen people. But I'm also very exacting in my wish that it must be in person, much like what Wendy McNaughton did with Samin Nusrat. They hung out together in the kitchen while Samin cooked and Wendy drew. And I really hope that this bloody coronavirus goes away and I can do that as well. That is a dream that I hope would happen.
We're supposed to be doing something, not cookbook, but we were supposed to hang, like, I think it's more, maybe 10 years or more, that we said one day we should get together in the same room and just do stuff. And we
Yeah.
as we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, I was saying, right, I have so much fascination for people who write, and almost in an awe sort of a way. And because I love words and the power of words, and I feel like, um and I know I would be half good at it myself if I were to work at it, but I don't get to it for some reason. I'm just very happy to be around people who write and collaborate with them in different ways. And so I do find excuses for that at the studio, like invent a project or an aspect of a project that involves writers. And then just Neela and I have had so many different ideas. We've had ideas of exchanging postcards and continuing each other's stories in different forms and stuff like that. Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons I draw lettering, because I just love words so much.
Griffin and Sabine.
Yes, yes, and I have those books.
You
Yeah.
do? Gosh, I first saw these when I looked at the price and I was like, I just started my advertising career at that point. I
Yeah.
was pretty low in the hierarchy and I looked at the price and I said, damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I spend a fortune on books. But yeah, I do have those.
But
I've written
no,
as a baby.
you on writing. I mean, I have seen you writing, obviously, and you're a good writer. Why do you not give yourself credit for that?
I'm going to be very shy and get very quiet on this call. If I mean, right now I was speaking so boldly when Umang was asking about drawing better, right? The exact reverse is going to happen if you put that spotlight on me, because I'm going to like start shrinking and be like, no, but this, but that. Yeah.
Why shrink from that? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
little Kriti read, little Kriti devoured books and drew all over the place,
And has always written.
and has written because that was the way that was your the path to your brain, to your memory, was writing things down. Uh, so that's documentary in a sense. But do you feel that would not, I mean, with all that reading and
So
that you wouldn't write?
I do write. I mean, I write on work. So if I do creative copywriting once in a while, when I just have to write for the brands that I'm working on, I find that easier. There's lesser pressure, and there's a clear goal. And especially when it's a fun activity with another designer, another writer in the room, for example, then we're just sort of brainstorming and making something that has a very clear end goal to it. I do enjoy naming brands, so that could be called writing in a way. But my own writing, I haven't gotten to. It would be a dream, and that's another reason I think that I haven't gotten with the children's books, because I know that I'm not satisfied with anybody else writing and me drawing, because then it just doesn't happen. I just feel like I have to produce the whole thing myself. So I do hope that I don't die very soon because I really want to do that. It's one of those things. Yeah.
I think I'm going to let you get away with, I guess you could call that writing in a way, and not probe that anymore because then you will run away. But I do call that writing in a way. Uh, the taking the essence of something and coming up with a name for it and having that name work is the creative person's work. It's the creative person's work as a writer, and very much what a copywriter would do, for instance. And copywriters call themselves writers too. So uh, don't run away from it, Kriti. Uh,
Yeah, I know. Don't let me, Peter.
yes, no, I have no intention of doing that. No, because I remember because the first time when we talked about this at some point online, we were thinking about, we should get together and I will make art and you will draw,
Yeah,
and I will make art and you will write, you said. And I was like, but you write.
yeah.
You don't need me. I mean, my art is like, baby scrolls in comparison to yours, whereas your writing is of a high standard. You know, it's not comparable to my art. It's much much
I'm
better.
just I'm just self-conscious. I mean, come to think of it, I do write really long captions on Instagram as well. I mean, that counts as writing in some way, but yeah, I'm just very self-conscious
Right?
about it being a thing. Um,
Counts as writing in some way. One of the most things that is stuck in my head for a very long time. Nilanjana wrote the preface to a book of short stories that I edited. These were all by first-time writers. And there's a phrase that she used, which I keep using with creative people a lot these days. She talked about giving yourself permission to be a writer,
yes.
right? And that is the step there that, I mean, a little child doesn't need to be given permission, right? The child will create. The child is naturally going to go out there and express themselves. And at some point of the way, we learn that we need to ask permission. We
Yeah.
internalize this thing about permission and what we can call ourselves. Depending on where you come from in the world, it's practically culturally ingrained in some of us that you don't make claims about yourself. You wait for other people to say things about you and things like that. But
Yeah.
Kriti, give yourself permission to be a writer.
Yes. Yes. I know, it's exactly what I was saying a little while ago, right?
Mm.
It's, yeah. There you go, Monk.
Hold yourself.
Yeah, it's a dilemma.
Yeah.
I remember.
So I mean, this is also this conversation is also proof of the fact that it never goes away. That pressure of wanting to go higher and better and deeper than you have before, and hesitating to sort of move that grain of sand out of your way. And the grain of sand here is really from that that quote which says, it's not the mountain ahead that wears me out, it's the grain of sand in my shoe. So I'm sort of paraphrasing or changing it slightly to say, it's not the big stuff, right? It's like, it's the tiny stuff that kind of makes you hesitate and doubt whether you're able to do something. For me, it's also, in fact, some aspects of being an artist that I'm finding, that I'm working on right now. I wouldn't say finding difficult, but I have found expression in a larger, more constructed way more intimidating. I haven't, for example, been able to make a large piece of work. The diaries are easy because they're spontaneous and short-lived, and I can get away with it. But I am working on it. I think I just need to. I will not need to, not have to, but at some point I will sort of just make something that brings it together in some way. Yeah.
I hope you do.
This is 2 a.m. logic, 2 a.m. whatever conversation.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's the point.
Hey, Bhanvi went away. Where's Bhanvi?
No, she did. Used to
Dead.
have gone away, and your mom also said good night at some point, and I
Yes.
think we kept her up 3.5 hours beyond her.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. At 9:30, in fact, she's she doesn't make it past that. This
Something
is
like
almost wake up time for her. In fact, she's usually up at 4:30 or 5 in the morning. But Mahiti just mentioned Lucy Nisley, which is amazing.
hmm.
French milk. Yes, that's true.
You- Have you considered? I mean, I know I've asked you this question and you've answered it partly, but what Maite has also said in the chat, that she feels that your journals would be publishable by themselves as travelogues. Would you consider that, or what?
I had once considered a project, uh, which I didn't get around to, for logistical reasons, really. I had once considered a project, a sort of a self created travel sort of residency. So, where there would be a goal of producing a newspaper or a zine, um, and a companion blog, perhaps, on the experience of a place when you travel like that. And then just sort of let stories evolve as I go along. It didn't happen. I had a very specific sort of plan for it that I had created, but it didn't happen. Um, in retrospect, yes, I mean, it's the most common question that people have you, would you make postcards, would you make a book? Not really, because I feel like the diaries are so, I mean, it's that personal space thing, and not to say that they're secret. They're not. I'm very open about everything. You can read them. There's no problem. But it just doesn't feel like. I think that's the sentiment that also keeps me from being a full time artist. Honestly, I feel like there's this sort of personal part of me that I find that I hesitate to put out there for public consumption in a certain way. I tend to look at my own work differently then, over judge it, over critique it, which I feel like it design is a safer space because I've already had the time to think about what I'm communicating and craft it in a certain manner that I want people to see it like. But with something spontaneous like the diaries or even with art, really, um, it's a bit scary. So I mean, I don't know. I think that's it. If I say any longer, it'll become a therapy session. But it's really sort of, I'm trying to understand what the emotion is. But there was this one time, there was a show at Alliance Francaise. It was 25 under 30 or something, or the other way around, 30 under 25, something like that, where I was one of the people showing my work. And the brief was really to show, for it to not be a portfolio thing, but to sort of express uh, the way you think about your work and the influences you bring to it. And so I created a couple of pieces for that show. I created a large print for that show, and I wanted to put my diaries there, but I wasn't sure how so many people were going to thumb through them, without me even being around. I mean, I've often carried my diaries to different places and let people go over them, but this was a very public show. And so I sort of created this little book. I scanned pages and put it together into a little bound book, which is here. So a lot of people asked for copies, and I ended up making, I made a first set of about 50, and then I made another set of 100. And I didn't want to make money from it really, but I wanted people to pay for it. So I don't remember the price now. I gathered that money and I took that to my school and funded an art award, for the kids in my school. Because my earliest books came from prizes in my school's competitions. And my teachers were kind enough sometimes to let me combine some of my prizes and buy, some of the books that I really wanted at that time. So like Michelangelo's book I bought like that, so I mean, there's some sweet memories there. So that's where it went. So that, yeah, there, it's here. I'll show you. So it's just, if you can spotlight my phone, this is that book. I'm no longer making copies of this, of course. It's very old, um, and very sort of, I mean, it was also put together in this great rush. So I just threw in anything there. This was this postcard project. I started drawing postcards and sending my mom because she would complain that I don't see her often. So I would just start drawing anything that came to my head and post it. It was also partly an experiment to see if the postbox still worked. And then pictures and, yeah, conference diaries and stuff like that. So yeah, I think this was the closest I came to. This was, by the way, my earliest diary, or what can be called a travel diary. This was a course in my first year in NID when I was 18 years old, 17 years old at this time. That we went to a village called Tejgarh, and we were staying in these tents. And you were meant to only draw. You were not supposed to take photos, um, too many photos. And you were meant to actually, it was a social study, you were meant to integrate with the village people and learn the details of their lives. And then you picked a subject and sort of research that. So part of this 10 days was sending a postcard back home of that village. So this was the postcard, and this is the letter to my mom. I can't believe I put this in this book and so many people have a copy of it. But yeah, it's 18-year-old Kriti writing whatever is coming to her head.
Well, okay, Kriti didn't remember the full pin code.
The full pin code. It's there.
No.
Oh yeah, I haven't written. Oh, I photoshopped this out, of course.
Ah.
I couldn't print my mom's address in this book.
Hmm.
Yeah. These are the details of the village house and the women's clothing. I remember my subject of study that I picked was rites of passage, of like these rituals that the tribal community had, of things they would do at births and weddings and things like that. So, and it was such a fascinating first experience for a kid coming from a city, and discovering this whole new world. And in fact, even for the village people, right? Like, they would ask us, Acha, you're 17 years old, how come you're not married? Or, if you were drawing the houses, they'd say, doesn't your house look like this? So those early interactions, I think, were quite really cemented the way that I travel. Yeah.
One more thing that I thought and actually thought about earlier and didn't get down to asking, and since we're still here, collaboration. How does I'm pretty used to collaborating across disciplines in
Hmm.
different kinds of ways. I've been a copywriter, I've been a journalist, all of these things, and I've collaborated on some kinds of things. I mean, in, if you look at it, a newspaper or a magazine is a collaboration of various kinds, and you're putting various skills together. Someone leads that thing. Uh, how does collaboration in design work for you? You have been part of teams, you have led your own teams. Uh, how did and that line perhaps of that fuzzy line between design and art, and is it possible to collaborate in art as per what I mean, in your opinion? So in design and in art and collaboration, what could we say about that? What could we learn about that from you?
Gosh, that's yeah, there's so much there. Um it's a it's an interesting space. Collaborate, letting other people into your creation space. It's an interesting concept, especially for me, because um on one hand, you're totally right. You want to own the idea or what you're making, in a very specific sort of a way. And on the other hand, you do realize that it becomes so limiting. That you're almost repeating the same way of thinking or the same way of doing things, and you're not being able, and you wouldn't be able to find new pathways unless you have your existing ideas challenged in some ways, unless you're putting them out for people. And when ideas are half formed, they really feel like naked babies. You're sort of holding them out for the world to see, and it feels like, it's too early, it's too raw, it's too unformed. um, but that vulnerability is exactly what then allows new ideas to come in. So in sort of opening up that space to people. So the Smokehouse Delhi, for example, the project, was my personal experience um, in exploring. It was my personal experiment in that kind of vulnerability or openness with collaboration, because um, I had observed some friends, some other creative friends. That was the energy of Hoskas village at that time as well. We were hanging around and serendipity would happen, and projects and ideas would go in completely different ways. And somehow you would bring something together anyway, and what would really feel like scary territory to me, because I would want to control so many things, but here you were not controlling anything, and yet it was happening. So I was very curious about exploring that as an idea. And so when we were working on Smokehouse Delhi, in any case, it was a limited budget, limited timeline. um, and I decided to almost imitate a couple of other friends' manner of bringing project, of holding projects with lightness. And even though I had a very specific vision and a very specific body of research and a very specific end goal for that project, which I managed to contain, um, I invited students and volunteers and pretty much anybody who was walking past to come in, hold a marker, and draw. Um, and it's quite interesting to me how I did that. It was terrifying, um, because we didn't have space for mistakes. You were drawing on a wall; it was very hard to erase mistakes. um, it was also, I am always very deeply invested in the project and the end product. And there was a very specific thing going on here, but at the same time there were so many parts of that project, like you could just come in and draw some bricks or draw some lines and it was okay. And I was conducting so many mini social experiments, like I was gamifying bits and pieces. I would have these students come in and I'd be like, okay, come, you draw this line, I draw that line, we'll see who draws faster. I mean, I was just doing all sorts of fun experiments there. And so that place was just, it was a bare construction site, but it was also this, crazy experiment. And so many people have come in and drawn there. And and one of the games, for example, in Khan Market particularly, was, I said, if you're volunteering, if you're drawing, you are allowed to conceal your name in any of the drawings as long as I don't find it. If I find it, we will draw over it or erase it, right? And so by the time the restaurant opened, there were a good 5 7 names in there that I hadn't found, so it was, we just did, crazy stuff like that. And that just made it, that made it a living piece of work rather than a static piece of work, you know. And so when people would ask me later if I was upset that the drawings faded or that they had to be touched up, or that finally the restaurants closed, not at all. I feel like they were alive and they had a life and they were touched, and they appeared in so many people's photos of those restaurants in their moments, and they were fantastic. But coming back to your question about collaborations, when I also in fact decided to partner with a friend on running our studios together, this is something that I thought about so much, because it's, in any case, so challenging to be a designer and a leader at the same time. And John Maida put this really well at one point. He said that design is hands on and leadership is hands off. And there lies the challenge, because as a designer, you're a creator, you have a vision in your head, you want to translate it in some way. At best, you share that with your team and try to see the same dream together, right? It's that, I mean, often repeated quote about, show them the vastness of the sea rather than tell them how to chop wood and make the ships, right? um, so you can do that. I mean, you learn to do that over a period of time, and I learned a lot of this from, sorry, this is very disjointed explanation, but I learned a lot of this from teaching, because when you teach design, you have the same challenge. You are helping students realize their own vision while not imposing your own vision on it, much like you described with your teacher tried to do, right? Like he was trying to make you copy his style or his version of art. But as a design teacher, you know that everybody is valid. And especially as a design teacher, and especially going to NID, at least it was instilled in us that you just happen to be designers at different points in timeline. There's no sort of senior, junior, more valid, less valid thing of it, or at least I try to teach like that. And so I brought that sense of learning or surrendering power back to the studio, and tried to be the person who was sharing a vision, but not necessarily giving instructions. Now you do this and now you do that. But then partnering with another designer is a whole new ball game, right? And supremely exciting, because I mean, also Hanumant and I had been friends for a very long time and known each other's work professionally as well. We tend to have these sort of close groups of people that you can sort of email a certain draft to and say, do you have an opinion on this? I think much like writers do, right? So as designers, especially on logos, you want that comfort of your close group, who you just sort of send something to and say, this is the idea, do you think it's working, what can I do to make it better? And so Hanumant was one of those people, and he would do the same with me. And so by the time that we decided to partner together on a business, we were like, we knew that we had complementary skills to each other, that we are different, and that would be such a great strength, to try and see how to collaborate. Yeah, so I think it's a sign of a certain kind of maturity, I guess. Like, you realize that you need to open up space for contrasting opinion and be comfortable in argument of that sort, in order to create new work, and that is relevant and interesting and exciting, and keep things exciting for yourself as well. So yeah, I mean, I often say that collaborations are highly uncomfortable, but so exciting, and so worth it. Um, and I don't even know how many people I would have collaborated with, right? Like all of us. I think there's so many influences that keep creeping into your work, and you know, you're always. I don't think that we are individual creators anyway. I think like we're just like this big. Again, this is 2 a.m. thought, but yeah, I just feel fortunate to be a part of this collective uh, fount of knowledge and craft, I think.
We build on what has gone before us, right? And
Yeah.
you learn to use some, when I want a particular style in mind, if I'm trying to get a certain feel in mind, I go take out all my wood houses and read them, and just immerse myself in it. Like if I wanted to have a certain period kind of feel to it, I'd go pick up Arthur Conan Doyle and reread Shakespeare, Sherlock Holmes stories, to get
Yeah.
that feel of there. And so you just immerse for a while in that, and then that comes out,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Which is why I often advocate this idea, right? Of, that thing about you become the sum total of your 10 closest friends. So to be so careful about the influences that you are, create or sort of gathering around you. And so, which is why, I argue for the studio as a space for, so which is why, I mean, all of my studios have looked like the inside of my head, all of my, I have to be surrounded by the books and the pens and the papers and the things, and they're sort of carefully organized in certain ways, and carefully messy in other ways. And I will go for a walk in different corners of it depending on what I happen to be working on, but also just enough aimlessly, like you are just sort of allowing yourself to discover something on the edges of what you might typically do, and then find crazy things.
Just came to me when we were talking the other day about what we would talk about today, and there was a part of you that was like looking at me not having a plan beyond 4 or 5 to talk about, and there was a part of you which wanted to organize this better,
Yes.
and there was a part of you which also said, "Let's see what happens."
Yeah.
Okay. You trusted me enough to know that okay, a little bit of chaos is fine because mostly he's kind of there, but uh, some plan. I mean, we did have some kind of plan. And it occurred to me when you were talking about here that when that that is that artist and designer kind of thing. When we say by design
Yes.
in conventional speak, we mean that everything should be there in a certain pre-thought of kind of way. And what an artist is doing that perhaps is different from that is saying, I have the basics there. I know what the rules are, so to speak. I've put in all the work. I have learned my skills to take it into a musical kind of thing. And now I'm just going to do jazz, right? I'm not going
Yeah.
to improvise around this and see what happens. I mean, I was cool with doing this without a plan because I know you. I know that I can sit and talk to you for hours, right?
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
plenty here. And there's that the teacher part of it as well is something that you always say. I mean, the best teachers are always learning too. You
Yes.
don't teach the same class every time.
Yeah.
The ones who are very bored with their lives are teaching the same thing every year. But a
Yeah.
good teacher that I knew was not teaching from a plan. I mean,
Yeah.
not their basic plan, but yeah. So the whole thing of doing it by design and then letting go and trusting yourself really to know that, I mean, I've done my structured interviews as a journalist. I've gone with a set of questions, and I know if I'm going to do a podcast, I'm going to have so much time. And in the sense, what I'm doing with Table Talk and with the other series that I'm building is saying, okay, I trust myself enough to know that I know a lot of fascinating people, like certain people who are in this conversation, and uh, I know the work I've done in the past in terms of interviews and being able to get things out there. And of course, a print interview that is a result of a 2 hour conversation has maybe about, you know, 3,000 words of that. If you're very lucky, you will have that much time in which you're trying to do the essence. But so that's a curated version of that. But I want to let's see what happens if we don't talk to, oh shit, we're running out of time, or
Yeah.
that this has. I mean, if you told me that I had to transcribe this conversation, I would have cut it in half.
Yes.
We would have talked for half an hour because transcription is the bane of
Hard.
my existence.
Yeah.
My time as a journalist, I just hated transcribing. But just this, the idea of being friends conversing, and there just happen to be some other people in the room. So I mean, I don't mean to diss the 10 people who have stayed up here, but I hope you got that feel out of it, that you were able to just listen in on an interesting conversation, right? And if 10 of you are still here after 4 hours and 25 minutes, then I think we kind of did that, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's so, yeah, it's so sweet. And I wouldn't pick anybody else to have this conversation with right now, Peter. It's really that feeling of, being in the studio together, and like we were saying, of just sort of hanging out, and when you've had a really satisfying, happy conversation. Um, and except that if it's just you, and if it's just us in the studio, then there's nobody else, and you're like, this would have been nice to, for other people to listen in on.
Yes,
um,
yes.
but because we do
Exactly.
that for other people, right? Like, I mean, there's so many. My favorite podcasts are these kind of really amazing interviews, right? And I'm like, oh, it's almost like you're getting to be a fly on the wall, with somebody's life, or the way that they think about something. And somehow it just really happens when it's a conversation, and not, when it's a monologue, because then you are sort of curating, right?
Monologue, a presentation, or a panel chat, and all of that, you have to be mindful of much else. But you just put into words something that I had actually also been trying to find as the reason for why I wanted to do this and do the other one for Pete's sake, is that I have had so many of these conversations, which when I look back on and say, A, one, I wish I'd recorded that. Or
Yeah,
two, wouldn't this have been fun for other people to listen to as well?
yeah.
And that's a perfectly good reason to do these very
And
long.
he just did the most magical thing by accident, which was that my mom was here. That's never happened before. And it's most bizarre. It's really interesting. And the fact that she was awake at this time, and we could talk about traveling together, which is the best stuff. Yeah.
I watched
Right.
a few of your mom's talks
Hmm.
back when you were trying to organize the vaccine.
Yeah, yeah,
In the way of friends who are connected who are in different cities. Like we've only met what 2 or 3 times.
yeah,
Most of our thing has been online kind of stuff. So like you don't know my family, I don't know your family in that kind of way. And I didn't
yeah.
it occurred to me at that point that, oh, okay, that's her mom's name. Let me and I remember you having talked about her. So I
Mm,
went and looked her up and
mm.
watched a few of her videos. And
Oh,
I was
wow.
a couple of her talks and things like that she's given.
Yeah, yeah.
Disability, disability is something that matters a lot to me. And I look at it
Yes.
stuff and Uh, of course, I knew she was that she had a disability because you told me, and that she works on disability as well as one of the many things that she does,
Yeah.
in her life. So I went to look at her videos. So I'm really, grateful that she was able to join us, because now I have an excuse to ask her, listen, you know me now, so come have a chat with me at some point. But yeah.
Yeah, she is so shy about, I mean, as solid as she is, in the kind of things that she's able to do, in this amazing sort of way. I mean, in this almost super amazing sort of way that I had trouble, wondering if I would ever fill those shoes growing up. But she's also very shy talking about her own impact. I think that's the reason that she's able to do it. That she only thinks about doing things.
Mm,
But she works in so many different ways, and her method is so, like, I remember that there was somebody else, several years ago now. There was this one particular time that I'm remembering, when she just started going back to college to teach. And I do remember their name, I should say. Somebody who was very political about, disability rights and things like that. And mom's method was just very personal. Like, she would show up at places, meet people, make friends. They would automatically build the ramps. Like, she's not the kind who would campaign, but she's the kind who would show up at the Paralympics, or like show up at the airport, like I was saying. Like, she shows up at airports, and she just has this really funny way of making her way through security and aircrafts, and she just goes to places. So, I mean, if anybody wonders how I travel alone, you should see my mom, on a wheelchair.
mm,
And on the other hand, also little nuances that you would notice, like, she started working when she found access to her college again, on her wheelchair, she started to look into how students with disabilities are able to access colleges or not, and try and look at nuances of it. So for example, she realized that there were no forms in braille, that people who didn't have sight had to have a writer to fill their forms, their entrance forms for them. And so she got the form made in braille. So different things like that, I think she just, and then of course she counsels at spinal injury center every Saturday. And she speaks to especially other women who have sustained spinal injuries, who tend to have it really hard with the socio cultural scenario, of course, of it, and often abandoned by their families, etc. And so she's I think she's just oriented that way. She doesn't think twice. She just goes ahead and does different things, which is really quite inspiring and
Mhm.
intimidating. Yeah, I feel much more like I would, yeah, I melt down at things much more. My mom just doesn't seem to. She just goes ahead and does things. So even during this lockdown, etc., she's been researching coronavirus and counseling different families. I think about 11 or 13 families, if I'm not wrong, but I don't know if she even has a count. But she's just been sort of like she would just keep in touch with them on call. So she's not a medical doctor per se, but she can help you. She can translate things from the doctor for what you should do. And if she gets to know your household, then she'll be that person who'll say, okay, make this for lunch, or try that, or have you taken that medicine, or things like that. So she's been doing those things. Yeah, that's my mom. So
And
thank you for having her on here. It was quite an amazing, magical thing to happen. I don't often talk about this stuff, obviously, so it's quite sweet.
talking about the lockdown thing, that is actually something else that I had intended to talk to you about. And I know at the beginning of this lockdown thing, I knew that last year I'd been studying to whatever layperson's extent I could what this virus was all about. And I was pretty sure that we would be in lockdown for a fairly long time. Uh, I was glad to have the savings. I was out of a job at that point when it started, and still am. And I'm have like delighted to have the very lucky to have had the savings to say that I don't need to change my life in any way beyond this. I pretty much am introverted, stay at home most of the time. I like being out, but to a limited extent, a little bit of socializing you know, sees me through a long time. But the thing where I thought I would do much more of was I thought I would do some more art, having
Mm,
all this time, and I found myself unable to. Uh, I found myself uh, unable to write seriously. So
mm,
writing on social media I wasn't able to make that switch between, okay, if I can write about random things that happen on a daily basis and put them out in reasonably enough interesting way that people seem to find them either amusing or interesting or whatever, then I should be able to then just take that and do it a little bit further. And there were lots of writing that I could have been doing in that time. I've always found myself incapable of doing, say, opinion writing, uh,
mm,
as a kind of a block kind of thing there. I was like, what? And but all social media really is opinion, right? Uh,
mm.
Observation and opinion. But did you find what effect did this period of being locked down uh, what kind of effect did it have on you as a creative person? Did it open up new avenues for you? Did it feel stifling? Were you not able? Were you able? Where did you get your inputs from, having been stayed at home a long part of this? Art of any kind needs that as well. How's this worked for you?
Yeah, it's been really difficult. So I've had one is, of course, there's so many thoughts coming to my head. One is something that I did mention to you at one point as well. The loss of the other me's. It felt like there is this one me, which is the caregiver at home, the one who cooks and cleans and takes care of other people and makes sure that you've eaten and things like that. Um, and Suddenly it felt like there was only, so in the in the earliest parts of last year's lockdown particularly, it felt like there was only that, um, for the longest period in time. And the me that traveled, the me that worked, that went to the studio and became another person, or that aspect of me, felt like a great loss. Especially not seeing my other team members, and even though I was seeing them on video call every morning, but I really sorely grieved the loss of that sense of being in the same room. And I almost had a mental tantrum with Zoom calls in the early days, the first few months, because it really felt like I could neither read the room, which I needed to do when I was in a client call, nor could I really feel the comfort and excitement and joy of being in the same room with my friends or my team, because I was only seeing, some picture on screen. I almost rejected it, in my head for the longest time. And so that was a major problem, because we were mid projects, and things needed to be finished and stuff like that. And I also had to then rethink my day's schedule, because suddenly I was cooking in the middle of the day, or then I needed to shower again, and then I was sleepy again. And suddenly, like, I think this was true for everybody, you're suddenly sort of finding yourself stuck in a new space and trying to make your way around it, while pretending that your work life is exactly the same, but it wasn't. um, and so I think, so there was that, there was this sense of the loss of the other sides of me that I missed quite sorely. And suddenly, because I wasn't leaving home, it never felt like work from home to me. Really, it felt like sleeping at work, but not even that. I mean, it felt like neither. Actually, I was trying to clumsily find a spot in the house that was just cool enough or just warm enough, and still had Wi-Fi and still had enough light. I mean, suddenly it was very bizarre to negotiate that space to work, which again I think was very true for so many people. um and so it didn't really feel right, you know and nor could you have the comfort of going back home to rest, because you hadn't gone away from it. And so there was no self-care anymore, you couldn't sort of pretend that. And so I didn't clearly articulate it last year. And last year there was a lot of other blows as well, again, as there were for other people. There were some major losses in many different areas. And so last year, August, September, October was especially tough. Um, to kind of find footing. And with, I think with creative people, actually with most people probably, but I can speak for me, you tend to internalize the lows as being a permanent state. And so you sort of start questioning whether you are, good night, Maiti. And then you tend to question whether you are talented enough, good enough, relevant enough anymore, and those kind of things. um, but then around that time, I realized that I started to gravitate towards some repeated things, um, some repetition, that I found comfort in, and which in my case is calligraphy. And it sort of happened. I started drawing some very structured forms of calligraphy, which I had avoided in the past. I've always sort of taught and advocated for the, more self-expression ways of drawing lettering, and not really, I've taught calligraphy as an introduction, but not really practiced it as a structured form myself. I'm not one for drills typically. But I found comfort in calligraphy, almost like yoga. It's sort of very structured. You need to slow yourself down, and foundational hand is, has a very specific angle, has a very sort of specific repeated sort of motion. And that became, and so doing that at the start of my day for about an hour or two at my desk started to bring that energy into, the desk again. Started to become like that morning, or in my case, late morning or afternoon, start of the day sort of practice, to just start walking before you're running. And so I do highly advocate that. I mean, that's something that worked for me. It might be another form, it may not be calligraphy for somebody else. But the fact that there was no pressure, it was not a project, I was not trying to get better at calligraphy. um, I just did it for the process of it. So coming back to that space, I think is has been one of the things, almost, I mean, like therapy, not almost, I mean, therapy has really helped during this time as well. um, and this has been the other thing, and yoga has been the third for me. Just drawing calligraphy. And so I started with foundational hand. At some point, I became brave enough to work on Devanagari, which is highly technical and highly specific, and then variations of Devanagari. I sought out some teachers. I, asked questions, learned around, printed out grids for myself, tried a whole lot of things, cut pens and tried stuff. Um, so yeah, that the meditation of that has been highly helpful. There have been days when I have done several rounds of yoga the whole day, or several rounds, or just spent the whole day drawing calligraphy, because there was too much else that was turbulent, and that was the one thing that was centering me. um, Coming back to your question about being creative, it's this year, since January, I think. So I've continued to work on different client projects. They have been highly unpredictable. uh, they have been difficult, but there's also, I mean, there's a double-edged sword of, it's the one connection that I have to the professional side of me, and which is reassuring. But at the same time, the pressure of it becomes really hard. You sort of tend to throw yourself into the deep end, and then you're struggling to make creative decisions. And you can no longer really predict how long it takes for something to come through. I mean, it's about to be, I think it's about 18, 19 years since I've been a designer. And so I have a certain muscle I feel I can rely on, but suddenly I can't rely on it. I can no longer tell you that your work will be done in a week, because it's not coming to me, you know and it's sometimes the silliest things, like I'm not being able to crack something that would be so natural otherwise. And I'm really saying this for the benefit of, I don't know, the 2.5 people that might the people that might still be here. That everybody is going through this, right? It's not just you. It's not the fact that you are uh, not relevant or not good enough or any shit like that. I mean, we tend to say all the nicest things of ourselves on Instagram, but that's not it. I've so struggled, and I've apologized so much. I've apologized to so many people saying, I'm so sorry, it's not done yet. And it really feels like shame when you're a creative person. So there's been that. There's also been periods of what somebody recently called psychopathic working. Like, I've had phases when I've sat at my desk 16, 17 hours a day, not managed that much work, but it's almost like, I think it was May, all of May, April, May, both months, that I was, or was it May that we were looking for oxygen cylinders? I'm not sure. I mean, of course, I was spending 2, 3 weeks doing that more. Yeah.
That was April.
Yeah, that was April, right? So I think maybe it was May that I kind of just threw myself into work, like I just felt like a psychopath. I was just sort of working to avoid every other emotion, as a means of coping. Then of course there was a burnout. There was a massive burnout for about a couple of weeks, massive burnout. Like, brain was flatlined. um, so yeah, again, I mean, I think everybody's going through this. We're just not saying it aloud. But yeah, it's quite a bizarre time right now. It is this thing of not knowing what to plan at all. From knowing exactly what was going to happen uh, a little over a year ago, to not knowing anything. Is there going to be a studio? Am I only going to draw calligraphy the rest of my life? Am I going to move to the mountains and grow plants? Yeah, maybe. Am I going to be a designer again? I don't know. um, but yeah, I'm fortunate also. There is work, there are some projects. There are some projects that put some money in the bank. That's okay. um, I can buy cake occasionally. There is work that nourishes deeply, like the calligraphy. um, so yeah, there is the occasional commission. So it's very sort of, currently it's very sort of scattered. But to sum up this answer, what I would also say is that there are um, if I look closely, um, it's been an opportunity for work to go in places that it wasn't going before. um, and maybe table talk has been like that for you as well, isn't it, Peter? Because it's like, there's energy coming from some places, and there's energy that was there in other places that doesn't exist, and it's sort of easier to say that's not for me right now. um, yeah, which I'm kind of watching it curiously and happily, you know and seeing where this will go.
I'm seeing, you know, sort of in a tangent from there, I hear a lot of people talking about, when things are back to normal.
Mm.
And I keep wanting to tell them this: no, it's not going to be back to normal. This is too big. It's not going to be that normal that you knew before. There are things, this has been, this year and a half has been trauma to the way that we normally do things, and the way that trauma affects us for a long time afterwards. So even if the particular cause of it, I mean, I'm sure that we will find effective vaccines. I'm sure that there will be a several possibly different ways of dealing with this disease when you get it. Uh, there will be treatments, there will be medicines you can take, there will be ways to prevent yourself getting the disease, for sure. But the way that this has affected the whole world practically, I can't think of any pair in the world that was unaffected by this. Yes, there are some countries that dealt with this much better and were able to uh, keep infection down and all of that. But I think the things that we learned during this time of how interconnected we are, of how the way that we are messing with wildlife, the way they are messing with the environment, the crossover diseases, the diseases that that can come from animals that are not harming the animals because they have, you know, their entire evolution giving them the protection for that. But by infringing on their spaces, now we are exposing ourselves to that in the same way that, say, a white colonial person landing up in the tropics suddenly discovered this thing called malaria, which they had no defenses for. Whereas those of us who grew up in the tropics have been bitten by enough mosquitoes that we probably have some kind of resistance to malaria there. And the thing is that we are now exposing ourselves to so much that is worse than malaria, and not giving the rest of the world, not un, I think for the good, the bad side of this could be that there is going to be more and more of these viruses. The good side is going to be that we will realize what we're doing to this planet, what we're doing to our wildlife, and that we will change in some way the way that we do that. Realistically, of course, it's not going to be that. Hopefully, it's going to be a mix of both those things. We will want things, it is in our nature to want things to be the way that they used to be. But in the same way that we accept that we cannot go back to childhood,
Yeah.
uh, we cannot be children again. We can visit those places that we
Yeah,
knew.
and even that sense of our own mortality or our vulnerability. I do hope it makes us kinder. You know, I mean, in the same way that our personal hurdles have, I mean, all of us in our lives have different times that we can look back at and remember that we turned a corner, and we would never unturn that corner, right? Your mind expands in a certain way, and it will not go back to its original dimensions.
Mm.
You will find insight or empathy, or you might become bitter and angry and deny yourself grief, etc. And I hope that more people find kindness and gentleness than harden themselves, because and also this has been so long. I mean, it's been shared grief, and it's not one incident. Like 9/11 was in the West, or the riots in Gujarat were for me, for example, or even any of our personal sort of, like, the accident was for me, or my father's death. It's one of those things that is so shared. It's uh, everybody's in it, and yet everybody's got their own coping mechanisms, and one way or another, whether we have the words for it or not, everybody is seeing that. they're noticing it. And I hope that they're making space for it, because we're all human beings doing different things, right? um, Trying to be, suddenly aware of, um, how of our daily existence in ways that we were not aware of before. And that's quite a, that's quite an intense space. It's quite a terrifying and a exciting space at the same time. Exciting if you lean into it, right? I mean, I do know people who resist change, but and maybe I'm just connecting the dots with the conversation we were having before this about work. But it's okay to evolve and let things influence where you grow into, um, and I hope that more and more people um, find better spaces out of this than worse. Yeah, it makes me quite sad to think about the stuff that everyone's dealt with. It's quite it's been such a crazy time.
I know. So many losses, so many. I mean, the mind does find its ways to cope. What we say about grief is that grief always stays with you. It's just that you learn to handle it better. You learn better or worse is a qualitative statement, but you learn to handle it in a way that you can function.
Yeah, you become comfortable with it. um it's something that I've been exploring in therapy, and I really enjoy the fact that I'm going there. And again, like, that's, I think, been the greatest opportunity for me in this time, to find this aspect. Because previously I thought about a lot of painful experiences or ideas from the past that are either ungrieved or difficult to cope with as things that one must let go. um, and if I could not let go of something, I needed to try harder or try other strategies. And I found that I'd been, trying to do this stuff for such a long time. And I've recently been learning that the idea is not to let go of something necessarily, or not at least at the beginning, but to become comfortable with it, to cohabit with it. Um, and that's been quite interesting for me. This idea that it's okay, you know um, it's okay if I feel this in this part of my chest when I think about something. I mean, it's a very, again, very intense conversation to have at 2 a.m. But yeah, I find that quite, I mean, then it becomes manageable and it becomes fascinating. It's like that old cartoon about fears, like this big fear ogre is sitting on your couch and you're saying more tea. There's this cartoon, and it's this idea of like, if I can be friends with it, it's okay. It's okay that it hangs out on my couch every once in a while. Or even like Elizabeth Gilbert says about fear, right? She says, you are allowed to come on this trip with me and creativity. It's called Dear Fear. And she says, you are allowed to come on this, I'm about to embark on this road trip, and I know that you are part of the family and you will accompany us. You are allowed to say what you want to say. I know you mean well, it's fine, you are trying to protect me, but you are not allowed to drive, and you are not allowed to touch the maps. So yeah, um, I do highly recommend Elizabeth Gilbert's book Big Magic to people as well. It's very sort of, I think it was very comforting to listen to the audiobook even more than reading the book every once in a while, as a reminder, or almost like a uh, I mean, I don't know what you think about it as a book or a piece of writing, but it's almost uh, like an anthem. It's almost like joining in an anthem that works. It's like, Brene Brown speeches or something. Like, you don't even have to analyze it. It just, you just say, yeah, we'll do it, we'll make it through. So yeah.
This is somewhere during the last few months in these lines from some American superhero kind of story kind of stuff where one of the characters says this thing and it just I mean, sometimes pop culture can be so profound and so there. It was, what is grief but love persistent?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you really loved someone, you really loved something, their absence is not a reason. I mean, that love will persist, that love will last, that love will stay with you. The shape of that loss will always be there, right? Uh, in some cases, it may be an injury, it may be uh, you may land up with a disability for no reason of no fault of yours, or it may be a scar that stays with you. But all of these things are, it's life. You carry it, you move on, as your mom shows. Yes, this thing happened. Do I stop being happy? Do I stop uh, living life on my terms? Do I stop making impulsive travel decisions?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was just, when we were talking the other day and we were talking today as well, the whole thing of, to bring it back to what we were talking about on food and all that, of mum relaying instructions to the kitchen,
Yeah.
cooking from memory, cooking remotely, really.
Yeah.
That's what she was doing. She was telling you what to do. She knew what, and one of the things that I've seen as my benchmark for this is why I don't consider myself a good cook. I'm adequate. I can reproduce recipes. Uh, I can even be creative in some of the combinations that I do, but I can't.
Like
I
the
don't know
cheese.
how to rescue something, for instance.
Yeah.
You know, and for me, the mark of a good cook is that saying, okay, this needs this. I can't.
Yeah.
So, this thing that has got way too spicy. Fine, I've learned some of the techniques thanks to the group. For instance, okay, it's way too spicy, put some potatoes in it, and that's
Yeah.
going to help, right?
Yeah.
But those are learned things, but I don't have the instincts there that, and I'm saying
You have to
instincts,
do it.
yeah,
Yeah, you have to do it
after
a
having
thousand
said I
times.
don't believe in instincts and intuition, but, I
You
haven't
do.
found
You
it.
do. Remember, we were talking about Henriette Cartier Bresson's do it thousand times badly and then you'll do it well, right?
Yes,
So,
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. Try and get, as we were saying, that you have to try and do those 1,000 times as fast as possible, so that
Yeah.
you can get to that state where you're doing it.
And if you do them with joy, it might even reduce to 800 times
Hmm.
because the mind learns when it's at play, right? So if you try and find a way to make it happy, then it might just happen even faster.
Yeah,
Learning happens faster.
purposeful practice where you're doing in a way that is teaching yourself. You're not doing it by rote, which
Yeah,
is what is so wrong with so much of our education. You're understanding and doing it's purposeful practice, and when you add the element of joy to it as well, uh, it's not it's not a chore anymore. It's not
yeah.
luxury,
Yeah.
right? I
And
mean,
especially, I mean, especially when you're teaching yourself, it's so much more fun to embody that space of what can I do with this
yeah,
rather than, let me follow these 10 points exactly as they're written. I mean, you might imitate something or follow instructions that somebody's saying, but then every once in a while, it's okay to take another route and then see what happens, I mean, what can go wrong? It's okay.
take another metaphor. I mean, if you've traveled by Bombay local trains or by DTC buses, you know what a sharp set of elbows can do, and you do that because you've traveled there 1,000 times,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah.
but that's not exactly a joyful learning. But nevertheless, it is the way that you learn. You know automatically what to do in a certain kind of situation.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, if one were to take joy in a 9 o'clock suburban train to South Bombay, it's a stretch, but yeah, you could get good at it.
Yeah. Well, no, the kitchen metaphor was more fun. I'm really remembering, yeah, the conversations about your idlis. Um, and even for me, in fact, like I was saying, it wasn't I had a love hate relationship with cooking, but, traveling and finding new things and then making it into an adventure is something else. And again, like what else can go wrong? I'll eat it at the end of it, it's fine. But I will learn something, it'll be a new thing. Um, and yeah, and then before you know it, even I didn't know how much I know about cooking and especially home cooking. which I've always found intimidating. But right now, and that is a lot thanks to the group and to lockdown, really, the necessity of it. Cooking meals for the family, home meals, for everyone else's comfort as well, not only for myself, and making them functional, good, meals that would pass my family's tests of swad, etc. as well. Um, has been quite reassuring, in that way. And like when you're saying how to rescue something, I know now, and I didn't know I know, but I do know. And that's quite cool. It feels like a superpower of some
Okay.
kind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kriti, it has been 5 hours we are talking. Did you realize?
Good night, Peter. I know we can go on forever, but
Yeah.
we must make another session of it
Who
then.
are these maniacs who have been listening to us for 5 hours? There's 7 of you.
I know,
I
and
need to
typing such nice
name
things.
all of you. Amrapali,
Saying such nice things.
Ada, Manupriya, Ujaswi,
Anupriya.
Putla, Shikha, Varun, Umang. 8 of you have just stayed here for like 5 hours listening to two people talk.
I'm going to take photos
Really,
of
what is wrong with you guys?
um, Peter, do you have access to everybody? You do have access to everybody who signed up.
I have all your email addresses.
Okay, cool. So I'll send you that picture of the names so you can share it with everybody. If I
Do
can
any
just.
of you folks want to come on camera to say bye, by the way? Just let me know. It would be nice
That's
to see
fun.
faces, but I completely get it if you're like watching this in bed and you don't want to, get your hair in order and stuff like that. No, cool. Yeah, but really, Pooja, yes, you're still here, but like, why?
I know.
It is the Kriti magic, I tell you. I mean, I always knew that Kriti had this huge fan following, but not being in design myself, I'm peripherally aware of her following, right? I mean,
Too
I'm a fan,
much.
but I'm not a knowledgeable fan. I'm not a designer who looks up to her. And I would guess that a lot of you who are here are people who are in design. Am I right?
Pooja saying she can come on camera to say bye.
All right. There's
I don't know. Are you guys design people? Or you're like Instagram people? Design people?
Design people.
this.
I hope my Instagram community is more than just design people. I hardly ever post design work on Instagram anyway. It's the most bizarre Instagram by modern standards of Instagram.
Aspiring design people, haha, says Shikha.
Hi, Shika.
Varun Grover says no, not design.
I know Varun. Hi, Varun. I forgot to shout out to Varun last time he was on the sketchbooks thing as well.
Uh,
Varun is probably one of my favorite Instagram people right now, like my Instagram friends.
hmm. Varun says hi.
Varun works in sustainability. And
Anuradha is here studies math, but is here from Instagram.
hi, Anuradha. Studies math.
Mhm.
Wow.
There's beauty in math and design and uh, I mean had been reading sometime in the last few months about mathematics and design and the way that they work together. Things like the golden ratio and at its very basic, which a layperson would have heard of. Too much more about the symmetry of numbers and the beauty in that. I mean, I'm someone who is, what's that word for like dyslexic but with numbers? Dyscalculic.
Oh,
Yes,
really? There's a word for it? I
yes,
am that too.
yes, yes,
Really? It's a thing?
yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
I wish my mom was here right now. That's
Dyslexia,
what I have.
dyscalculia, and dysgraphia, which is not being able to get your information properly from illustration, from art, from design,
That
from.
I'm not. That I'm
uh,
totally not. But the math thing, for sure. I swear. Like yeah, this is a thing.
It's
Gosh,
very much a
you have
thing. Beyond
explained
a
my
certain extent,
childhood.
my head starts swimming with numbers, and I get intimidated by them in
I
certain
get
things. When it comes to
anxiety. You
money,
can you
savings,
can measure my blood pressure.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Mine goes up. My pulse rate increases. It does, really.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank
You
you.
know what was the most terrifying, Peter? I know we were just wrapping up, but I must tell you this. You know those equations that were supposed to be x equals this and hence proved? You had to write hence proved. I think those were torture, because everybody's page would look like it would like go like keep narrowing down, and then it would become x equals this, hence proved. Okay, beautiful. My page would go like this, it would go to the next page. I'd be like, how are you guys doing this? You know, like, what is the logic? Why can this guy go to the right hand side but this guy not go into the left hand side? It doesn't make any sense. It was just so, yeah, it's traumatic. That memory is super traumatic. Okay, good. There's a word for it. I'm so glad. Thank you.
Ojaswini says, I'm an architect transformed into a graphic designer and calligrapher. And Shika is a literature student, but my senior from design is a huge fan of your work. So here I am. I'm doing a little illustration on the side for a set of children's storybooks. Hence, your talk was super insightful.
Oh, how nice.
Did I miss anyone by chance who wanted to come on camera to say bye?
Pooja's there.
Pooja, yeah, Pooja's in. Hi, Pooja. So
Hi,
tell me,
Kriti.
why are you here for 5 hours, Pooja? We want to understand.
Because I've been following Kriti for so long, I went to NID as well, but a much later batch, and I never could attend courses that she taught because I studied product design, so industrial design. But I was always so fascinated when she was on campus and, going through her work and just listening to my batchmates who learned from her. So, yeah, finally I got a chance to listen to her for so long.
Yeah,
On
4 hours.
Yeah, on the side, I
Cool.
was trying to make sketches, document the talk for myself so that I don't forget it, like how I experienced it. So it was so enriching, and especially in these times when we are so isolated and there's no sense of community. I think this was such a great talk because the isolation, like the last part of the conversation, I think it has really affected all of us in very different ways. So I think this just helped mitigate that quite a bit. So
So sweet. Thank you so much for saying that.
Did
thank
you
you for the great talk. Yeah. Great.
also
Yeah.
journal this the way that Kriti does her talks and all that? Was that what you were showing us? I couldn't quite see it.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. No, I'm not that great at it, but then I think
Yes.
the point was to just enjoy it. So I was trying to just
Draw
document some things with whatever little tools that I know, like not just lettering it, but not like how Kriti does it. Of
Sure,
course.
sure. No, I mean, you have your own style. You don't have to do what Kriti does. You
Yeah,
do
yeah.
your way
But
for
I'm
the way
still,
that you like to do it.
yeah, I'm still finding it, but I think this was a great start. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, with all the arts that we do, we imitate and then we do our own thing. So you do it your way as well. I mean, Kriti is a great role model to have.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
you also have to go beyond your role models, right? And find your own style, find your own thing.
that you will also send us some of those
Hmm.
pictures if you feel like sharing.
Sure, I'll send them to you on Instagram. Just
Yeah,
if you,
do that. Yeah, do that.
thank, yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to say bye and thank you for all this time. And
You said product design. What are you already? Do you design products already? Or are you still study?
no, I work now. So I work as a user experience designer,
Okay.
and currently I work with Microsoft.
Mhm.
So it's software design. So very different from what I studied in school, but um, yeah, but it's equally interesting.
Okay, I need to learn some of that. I've been a journalist for the last, well, since about 2009. And one of the things that I've been consistently trying to get the organizations I have worked with is to learn more about how we present. What we do is we gather news, we gather stories, we put it out. And what are the ways to do that? And we need to study new ways. And a large part of our industry is so very stuck in old ways of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
It would be very interesting to pick your brains on this at some point.
Sure.
Thank
Would
you
love to
for,
talk. But thank you for organizing this. This was great. Thank you for the both of you.
Must
Thank
check
you.
out the other talks as well. They're all wonderful.
Yeah,
They're all
sure.
on Facebook, right, Peter?
yeah. So this is on
That is
Facebook,
the
but
excuse me.
there will be a mail that will come to you asking for feedback from all the attendees.
Okay.
My email is zigzackly is exactly at gmail.com.
Okay.
The mail will also tell you that, and it asks people for feedback on what it is, what what happens. I mean, what you thought of this. We do this once a fortnight, this
Okay.
particular series. It's an experiment to see whether there's enough people who would want to come and listen to this kind of conversations. So this
There
is
are.
connected to food, this particular series. So it's tangents of food in some way or the other. Like I said, we've talked about archaeology and anthropology and how from the
Wow.
context of what ancient Indians ate.
Mm-hmm.
We have talked about authenticity and recipes. I mean, is there such a thing as an authentic recipe, really? And there isn't really, because these are just instructions, roadmaps, and you interpret dishes your own way. Recipes have evolved. I had a children's author. The next, I don't know what the next one is because it's a little hazy, but a little bit down. But 1 month from now, I'm going to be talking to someone uh, who's been doing a series on Creole culture, where
Oh,
Creole from an
Creole.
perspective. Yeah.
Basically French Indian cuisine, right? Creole. That's Creole cuisine.
So Creole is a much wider concept than that. It is about cultures intermixing and what happens.
Mhm.
Okay, so like a classic thing would be Pidgin English is a Creole language. So
Oh, okay.
Creole is the French word for it for sure, but and it tends to be applied to places where the French colonial power at various points led to the intermingling of cultures. But they look at Creole beyond that as well. So one of their studies has been about Pondicherry in India, which has the French influence, but it's Creole of a whole lot of kinds. In a sense, I have a sort of a Creole culture. My ancestry is from all over the place. I've lived all my life in India, but my influences come from not just ancestry, but who I talk to and the people I've been and the places I've lived to. And that, to a sense, is a Creolization. And so, yes, broadly, yes, but talking about food and as science, food as history, bunch of other stuff coming up. Do come back. And the email come to you will tell you how you can keep track.
So Kriti story got me here, but I'm definitely signing up for the
Yes,
next.
yes. My secret plan is to get people like Kriti here so that then I can draw more to the rest of the conversations. So I'm shamelessly using Kriti's fan following to get my audience.
Yes, but I'll see you.
All right.
Thank
But it is
you.
now 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm assuming that most of you are still from the names are in India. And, thank you so much for staying with us for so long into your night. And we're glad that it was interesting and useful to you.
That it can be that we can meet in actual physical spaces or rooms at some point,
Definitely.
and have more conversations about all of you guys. And yeah, some of the things that you've been writing in the chat are so nice, and we could have more conversations about them, but another time.
Send you the chat as well, Kriti, because that I get that file as well. But this is
Yeah.
something that I was saying also in another set of a series that I have been helping out with, which is Poetry with Prakriti. That the Prakriti Foundation normally does Poetry with Prakriti for 2 weeks in Madras. And if you're there in Madras, you get to enjoy it. But thanks to lockdown, they thought about it in a different kind of way. And they said, let's do it as poetry every weekend. And we do an hour to an hour and a half of poetry every weekend,
Oh,
where we
how lovely.
poetry and things like that. Each time a different poet. And this is something that would not have happened were it not for this goddamn pandemic. Right? I wouldn't have been doing table talk if it was, in the world that I knew before March of 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is an experience. I wouldn't have met all the people who did show up here. And this is what I mean that when I say what we were talking about, which it's not going to be the same. It doesn't mean it's going to be bad, which is
Yeah.
the part I wanted to conclude with and forgot to conclude with it. It's not going to be the same. It's a different world. But we will find good ways to do things in the new circumstances as well.
Yeah, in the ways that we have.
Yep. So good night, everyone. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And Kriti Monga, we need to meet, yeah.
I know.
Okay.
So,
But yeah, meanwhile, you take care of yourself and bye-bye.
bye. Good night.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you so much.
Bye, Umang. Good night.